this business. The moment we have innovation in use for our business lines, for our clients, we have succeeded. And I think here I'm very proud. What we are showing you is just a little part of it. This is prepared for you to show, but behind is a real project of Salesforce who are going to use this to really make people understand that we need together to improve sustainability to fight against climate change.
For me, what you said is clear because I'm an entrepreneur. I always say it's not what do we have to do, it's who is going to do this. So it's a question of people. So it was terrific. So thank you very much for the real examples. We wanted you to see real examples and not American videos on gaming and all these things, on how virtual reality, immersive experiences are coming into the business. And I invite you to go to the Endesa, in the Endesa booth, because you will have some of your demos, and you will have an augmented reality electrical vehicle that it's amazing to experience. So thank you very much for you to come, and thank you very much for the explanations. And Jose, thank you for keeping alive all this new innovation in a big corporation like Endesa. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, that's the end of our morning program. So let's grab a bite in the beautiful sun of this beautiful city and then come back for more action this afternoon. See you later.
And for me, for that matter. I love this. I haven't done anything yet, and the only way is down. So, welcome, good afternoon, and welcome back to this arena stage of South Summit. First day. How are you? How was lunch? There's only a couple of people in the first row. How are you guys at the back? Oh, wake up. Well done. Okay, for those of you who were here this morning, the MC was Paris. My name is Helena. And I was thinking, Paris, Helena? You know, in the Greek mythology, Paris kidnapped Helena because she was obviously the most beautiful woman in the world. You can see, we're keeping the tradition. Now we're beautiful and clever. And in South Summit, though, Paris and Helena would just swap stages. You know, equal rights. But let's leave Greece and let's take a journey. We're going to travel this afternoon. We're going to take a journey into the unknown. Would you like to come? Excellent. When you were kids, maybe, like many other kids, dreamt of becoming an astronaut, of going into space. But do you know how many applications they receive in NASA every round? Come on, give me a number, guess. How many applications to become an astronaut? In NASA every round. Who wants to give me a number? Ala. ¿Dónde vas? Between 4,000 and 8,000 every round. But how many of these make it? Between 8 and 35. Well, our next guest, she made it in 2009. And she made her dream come true. Well, she's here today to tell us everything about it and what it needs to have, what you need to have if you want to have the right stuff. So please, let's welcome Janet Epps. Janet! Welcome! Take a seat there, thank you. Welcome. Janet is going to be interviewed by Juan Cruz. Many of you know him. He's a journalist from our lovely newspaper, El País. So welcome, Juan. Welcome, Janet. The stage is yours.
Gracias.
Thank you.
No, thank you, sir.
Very glad to see you here in front of this beautiful audience, joyful and youngful.
Yes. Yes.
You feel like you are on Earth, looking at them. They are the Earth, no?
They are there, yes.
Yeah, and they are learning. That word learning is very important in your life. You have learned almost 3 or 4 matters.
Yes.
You have been in the motor company, you are being in the CIA, you are being in the competition for looking near the sky. Learning, what means for you?
Well, that's a very good question. For me, I think learning is a lifelong thing, something you never want to stop doing. And I do remember when I was selected for the astronaut corps, I was 38, and the thought came to me that, wow, I'm going to go on to a whole other life where I'm going to learn something totally new. And I was excited. It was not easy, it was tough, but you know, the joy of learning gets you through everything. You know, once you start in the process, I think learning should be a lifelong journey. Even traveling to other countries to find out on the history of different places, one of my favorite things to do. So everything in life should be about learning something new, even learning other people.
What have you learned from the motor company where you were working?
Well, one of the reasons I left aerospace to go to Ford Motor Company was because, I had worked 7 years in aerospace as a graduate student, and you can kind of get a little burned out. But I also wanted to go somewhere and take everything that I learned in graduate school and apply it to something totally new. And it's kind of like, for my advisor to say, hey, look, I actually learned a ton and I can apply it to anywhere. So working at Ford Motor Company really helped me to hone and sharpen my engineering skills. But the aspect that I learned most that you don't really learn in graduate school is about manufacturing. You know, I can go into a lab and I can make anything work. But how do you build something that you can actually manufacture and manufacture millions of them and put it on a vehicle and it works every time? So I learned a ton about processes for manufacturing different things that we do in the lab that are possible but may not be possible when you start looking at it differently.
And why did you select that particular matter to begin with your working time?
Well, it's interesting because I could have gone to Bell Helicopters or other places, but I really wanted to do something totally new and learn just from scratch about vehicles. Even though it's another mechanical beast like a helicopter, it's just this whole idea of learning. It goes back to that, doing something totally new. I had done helicopters in graduate school for 7 years. And like I said, you know, after you've learned all you can, or you feel like you've learned all you can, there's always something you can learn. I felt like, you know, it would be great to try something new. And I also made sure that I took calculated risks, you know, things that I knew were, you know, going from helicopters to vehicles, you know, working on, so in graduate school I was working on smart materials. And I knew that if I could apply it to a helicopter, I can apply it to a car.
Yeah.
So this whole idea of learning and learning something new and constantly growing is, I think, is kind of like a thread in my life.
Yeah, but we conceive the motors as being down to earth,
Yeah.
and then you select gravity as your new model of looking at life. No?
So as a kid, dreaming about the stars and, you know, thinking that I'd never get selected for the astronaut program, but, you know, going on to do aerospace, you know, I think as a kid, we believe anything is possible except getting into the astronaut corps. But you look at the stars and you just kind of wonder. You wonder what's out there. You wonder if aliens actually do exist. You wonder, how close is that star? Is that star really twinkling? Why does it twinkle that way? And then you see something dash across the sky, and you're like, was that a shooting star? And I think little kids, you know, as a child, you know, we would wish upon anything that moved in the sky because you see all these beautiful stars, and you just start to make up stories in your brain.
Maybe everything begins with curiosity, no?
Oh, definitely.
The curiosity of children. In a way, we never stop of being a child. Looking at the stars or the sea, or listening to the motors, etc.
And even after being selected as an astronaut, there's been many times where we've had events and you feel like a kid because it's something so new you haven't seen before, and you get that wonderment that you had as a child of seeing something new. Like I was telling you the story about looking through the Level telescope and seeing the Saturn and seeing the rings around it for the first time, and how excited I was to see that. It was like being a kid again. And so there's been many events like that, even just getting into the spacesuit to do a practice spacewalk. I mean, it's this giant suit. It's like 300 pounds, and you know, it's every time we do it, it's like being a kid again.
Yeah, but the task, Janet, of being astronaut, if not play school, you have to learn very toughly, no? Very, very, very hard.
Yes.
What did you start learning first? What did you learn from the beginning? What was imprescindible to be an astronaut?
Well, one of the reasons I went ahead and applied was being overseas and being in different places and learning. Once you design something as an engineer and it goes out in the field, or like a fighter jet or something like that. So there's two different sides of being an engineer. You can be an engineer that stays in the lab, or engineer scientist that stays in the lab, designs things and builds them, or you can be the person out in the field actually using these things. So one of the things that led me to applying for the astronaut corps was actually becoming an operator. You know, working overseas with the military and working with different groups and using the tools that we developed in labs and using them out in the field kind of lent this idea to me that as an astronaut, you really have to be very, very technical, but you have to be very operational, because a lot of the things that we do on the space station, you're someone else's eyes and hands. You're some scientist's hands doing the experiment for them. But each person in and of themselves is an experiment as well. So that experiment will go through exercise, they'll take blood, and they'll take different samples from that person as well. So being a very technical person and being an operator go hand in hand for an astronaut, I think. And so that's where I kind of got this notion that maybe it's time that I go out and apply.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, as I got into the astronaut corps, it was nice to see that that is the truth. You know, learning to, as a research scientist, learning to fly backseat with a fighter pilot is very, very daunting initially, because you're in a supersonic jet, you're in a high-threat environment, and you got to learn how to work with this person who's an expert at flying these things.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the first notion that, yeah, you have to become a real operator to learn to fly this jet. So there's a lot of things like that in the corps.
There's something that the children and the adults have without they knowing even how to tackle them. It's fear. Did you learn to go against fear?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think...
How you learn to be fearless?
Well, I think the desire to do something supersedes that fear in a lot of cases.
Yes.
But, I mean, I think it would be crazy to think that all astronauts never have fear. They just go and do X, Y, and Z. I think the difference is that I think we have fear, but we just go ahead and do it anyway. Because our desire to get to that point, to fly in space, to fly a jet, to do a spacewalk, all fear is minimized, because that desire, and I think the wonderment, like a child, also kind of plays in that. You really want to know what's going to happen. You really want to know what it's like, and you want to become good at it at the end of the day as well. So you have fear, but it's what are you going to do with it? Are you going to let fear keep you from living? And for me, living is flying in the jet, doing all the things that we get to do as an astronaut. So I would rather live than live in fear. Live in doing all these things than, I don't think living in fear is living. I think it's kind of like a slow death almost.
To go into NASA should be difficult. What was your impression coming in there?
Well, I mean, my impression coming in, I came in with 9 other Americans. Very highly technical people and very competitive people. And so my initial impression was that, wow, I've got some work to do. We're going to be very busy, and it's going to be very competitive. So it was a tough group, a very good group, though. So my impression of NASA was that it was very different from anywhere I had worked, even though I had worked in the government for 7 years, but this was totally different, and it's unlike anything else that I had experienced. So it was an eye-opener on how fascinating the people were, how experienced they were, and then I have to make sure that I'm competing well.
In that case, what is inside the word competition? How do you feel competition with others, or against others, or about others?
Well, so I'm a twin, and so I think the way that I viewed the competition was that I have to compete with myself. I know what the standards are, and I know that I want to be well above that and make sure I'm doing very well. So it's really a competition with myself to make sure that I'm pushing myself and doing the things that, as well as anyone else in the group, if not better, and trying to make sure that I'm competitive in that sense. So it's not really competing with other people, but making sure that I'm meeting and exceeding the standards and doing well as well as everyone else.
Can you imagine maybe this audience, somebody in this audience wants to be an astronaut? What are your advice in favor or your advice against?
Well, my advice in favor is that I think as a kid, adult kids too, you always dream of doing something big and you want to exceed even your own imagination. And so I think when you think about becoming an astronaut, you should really make your current career and your life what you want it to be. And you have to be in the job that you completely desire above everything else, and then apply, because you want to make sure that even if you don't get into the astronaut corps, you will have a life that you're very satisfied with. And I can't really think of the cons against applying to the astronaut corps. I think that space is for everyone. I mean, it is our next frontier, I think. I mean, I think the human nature to explore and to go beyond where you are is well and alive, and I think that's alive in everyone. So I think if you have a desire to apply and think you want to do it, I don't see why not. I think also, if you don't get it, there should still be some satisfaction in life, and the satisfaction should come from a career that you love and that you would do above everything else. And being an astronaut is kind of like, for me, it was kind of after having achieved in engineering and working a job that I loved, it was definitely more than just a dream come true. So, and it is one of those things that many people apply and don't get, but I still say apply. You never know what can happen. I'm an example of that.
A dream, you say?
It is definitely a dream.
You are in the dream now? It's always a dream?
Well, not always a dream. I mean, things can happen. But what keeps me going, though, is that I still get to do, even after 9 years of being in the astronaut corps, I still fly jets. We still do spacewalk training. We still have these other projects that we can work on. And currently, I'm working on the NASA Orion, which is slated to go back to the moon. And so it still is somewhat of a dream, even though after 8 years of what seems to be doing the same thing over and over, I'm still doing things that I would not be able to do if I wasn't selected for the astronaut corps.
You were not born when the first man went into the moon. Have you seen those images?
Oh, I've seen plenty of those images. I love
You want
those
to be
images.
one there.
I would love to be one of those people. And in fact, even after I did watch on television as a teenager the Challenger accident. But even then, that kind of propelled me forward to think, oh, we really got to fix this and keep going. And so seeing the moon shots makes me think, well, why haven't we gone back there again? So the fact that we're doing that now, that is kind of like a dream. So once we do that, I'm very excited to see how everything goes, because one of the big things that we're doing now with the NASA Orion is we're using a lot of the stuff that we will use, a lot of the stuff for going to the moon to go to Mars. So the moon hopefully will be like an engineering test bed for everything that we need to do for Mars. So once we do that, then Mars seems closer. So it's very exciting now.
What is like to be there, into the space, no coming back for days, being in another world, really?
Yeah.
Psychologically, how it affects you, that loneliness?
So I think it impacts everyone when you're away from home, you're away from your friends, family, even though your crew is your friend and your family, they're not your close family. I think that having a common mission and a common goal bonds the group together. And so for me, I wouldn't feel as lonely. I think having a group of guys that I'm working with, we have a common goal, we have a common mission, we know that it's for a certain amount of time, and once we do our job, we're coming back home. Also understanding that anything can happen in between there is kind of like a sobering reality that you have to accept even before you apply to be an astronaut. So anything can happen when you're in training, when you fly a mission, and on the way back home, anything can happen, and you have to accept that reality. So I think it is, in the future, thinking about the people who will go to Mars and do those things, selecting people who can adapt easily, be very flexible, will be crucial. Also, you can be the smartest person in the world, but you have to really be able to get along with people no matter what happens, and make a decision, a conscious decision to behave a certain way and to perform a certain way. Because when things go bad, and things can fall apart easily, but making a conscious decision ahead of time and proceeding forward based on that is very important. And that's how the team survives.
Do you have any hesitation when things go bad in another missions? Do you have hesitations about your own vocation?
No, because that's what you accept when you apply to the astronaut program. And knowing that anything can happen anytime, we just recently had there was a hole found on the space station in one of the Soyuzes. So even with knowing that and seeing that, that's part of the whole process of being an astronaut. Things will happen. How do you respond to them is the question. And we train so much for things to happen, like even a rapid depress on orbit. Mm-hmm. Before you go to space, you're trained ad nauseum on how to handle anything that happens, like a rapid depress, a fire. We could have a toxic leak. So, we're trained to handle those things.
Yeah. And that capsule could be a little continent, an island, no?
Yes.
And you are the inhabitants of the island. In that island, there is conversation,
yes,
a relaxing time, people laugh. Mm-hmm. How is life, real life there, apart from the technical missions?
Well, you really do bond, especially through going through training. You, as a group and as a team, you bond together through all of your training. And so it should be the same exact feeling as you're in the capsule. We do a final exam, and we spend all day in the capsule together, even though we have the training team with us. So all of the things that you go through together throughout your training really bonds you together and make you a team and make you a real crew. And so it should be the same feeling as you go to space. And you should feel like it's a normal day, just no gravity. So I think that what you hear from a lot of individuals as they come back from space is that it was like training.
Have you seen that film, Gravity?
Yes. It was very different from what the real thing would be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very different.
Very
In
different.
what is different?
Well, for example, as a crew in the Soyuz, there is the commander, and the center seat is always the Russian person. And then the left seater is the person that really is the second in command in the Soyuz. And then you have the right seater. The right seater is there to help in any way, shape, or form that the rest of the crew needs. And so with Sandra Bullock being alone in the Soyuz and being able to run everything, even though she was never in that center seat, it's kind of little things like that. And then there were a couple of things that were like getting in and out of the spacesuit, and even some of the quantum mechanics and orbital mechanics, happened.
Would you accept me in one of those trips to the moon?
I think if you applied, we have to see what NASA would say.
Thank you very much, Annette.
No, it's my pleasure,
And
sir.
thank you to you.
It's my pleasure. Nice talk. Thank you.
Thank you. You've just seen the great Jeanette Epps. My God, her dreams are stronger than her fear. And, she said, space is for everyone. Right, like Juan, he's going with her to the moon. But I don't know why spacewalking, not for me. Thank you very much. You can call me a chicken, but I'd rather stay here on Earth. So let's stay on Earth and go on to the next panel. And a good friend of mine recently started work with one of these, the biggest and most successful listed companies. in the world. The company has over 30,000 employees. So I asked her, what's like? And she said, oh, great. I love working in a startup. It's fun. That startup is Facebook. And I wonder, is it possible to maintain the dynamic culture around decades once you grow so much? And what about listed companies that have been in the market for forever? Are they doomed never to innovate? Well, to answer all these questions and many more, we have with us the Executive Vice President of Labs at Wirecard, the international leaders of innovation in the field of digital technology, financial digital technology, sorry. And he is Jorn Leo Grande. Let's welcome him. Hello, Jorn. Welcome. Do you have the clicker? Ah, there you go.
Wow, it's amazing to come after directly.
Now you start, Leo.
Thank you very much. It's amazing to come next after an astronaut. I mean, this is like a level that I will not reach, actually. What I want to discuss a bit in the next 20 minutes is how Wirecard made it from a startup, a small startup, to a real big corporate company in the last 20 years, and what is part of our DNA, so to say. My name is Jorn Leo Grande. I'm with the company 12 years. And since then, we have some really cool development. Does anybody in here know Wirecard? Because not so many people. So maybe I talk a bit about us. We are a payment company, something very, very boring. We are a specialist for payment processing and issuing. And yeah, some facts and figures, some boring numbers. Transactional volume, something like 100 billion. Revenue, 1.5 billion. 30,000 more bigger customers, I would say, and 5,000 employees. Our customers really range from Microsoft, Orange, Sky, Aldi, Lidl, all the big names. And we're very happy to partner with companies like Apple. We are part of the Apple Wallet. We are part of Google Pay, actually. We are we are not part. We're partnering with a company called WeChat and Alipay in Europe. So we're part of all the technology brands that are there. A bit of our journey. I don't want to give you a history lesson. I just want to tell you how we made it. We founded in 1999, and there are a lot of M&A activities. And we are live in Asia, in Brazil, in the US. And this picture I don't like very much, because I started with the company in the year 2005. And if you look at our stock price, I was not very clever, because I didn't bought stock back then. It was something like €1. And it was not my brightest decision not to buy the stock. Now it's around 200, and that led me to the market capitalization. For a long time, nobody, especially in Germany, knew what we are actually doing, but there were like two developments in the last weeks and months that we become like a headline, a name in the news, in the daily newspaper, and this is what it's all about. First of all, we reached a market capitalization as a public listed company from, it's around 23 billion. And Deutsche Bank has actually 20 billion. So we outperformed Deutsche Bank from the market capitalization. I mean, Deutsche Bank, I've been there in Frankfurt. They have towers. What they have is modern art in every meeting room. They have branches, ATMs, 150,000 people. And when they come to us, they're kind of curious, because we don't have any tower. Nothing belongs really to us. Everything is totally 100% digital. When they were in our meeting rooms, they were not getting it. And the other thing is, as a public listed company, we're now part of the DAX. DAX is the indice of the 30 biggest companies in Germany, and we kicked out one major bank, Commerzbank. and it made major news, and even my mother now knows what I'm doing, actually. And the question is, why is a startup like us more valuable in the view of investors than these names, Deutsche Bank or Commerzbank? And I try to talk about 3 things that we did. The first one is always be part of the first wave. It's not being about being the first. It's a lucky punch to be the first one, but it's valuable to be part of the first wave. When you talk about technology today, there are 2 major strategies. One is more aggressive and one is defense. A lot of banks in the past, they were playing this a bit more defensive. When a new technology or product showed up, they waited, see the development of this kind of stuff, and then they were going on an M&A track. They bought a company, actually. But technology is moving so fast these days that this is not going to work. If you watch a market and then you start an M&A track can easily last 1 or 2 years. And then what you have? You have a company that you have acquired. You have new people, new processes, new technologies. Nothing is running on your rails. You lose tremendous amount of time. And so we decided to go in a different direction, to really build everything on our own, using our own systems. I give you some example. The first one is a bit a joke, but it brought us there. We were the first financial institution with our own island in Second Life. When I was head of marketing, I was doing this. And I don't know, this is not my brightest thing, this graphic design of this girl. And here you see we actually have towers. But honestly, we were the first payment company with a banking license. This was a huge thing. Before us, I think nobody had this. Now companies like N26, they're normally going for their own banking license. We were the first issuer of virtual prepaid cards. We were the first who played around with HCE token-based payments, and we're the first partner for Alipay in Europe. And we have developed the first wearable prototype. I did it myself in the year 2014. I mean, in the year 2014, nobody was talking about payment wearables, actually. There was no Apple Watch, and I mean, we had really problems. We were really struggling with this because we are a payment company. We didn't know nothing about wearables or something. But we did build something, and this was clearly a prototype. And each time I was charging this thing, I was thinking to myself, maybe it's going to explode in my hand, though duct taped and everything. And then the marketing guys were talking to me and said, we had done a little 30 seconds movie about your product, and I want to show you this because it's a little bit different than a prototype. When I saw this with my team, we were shocked because the difference between the prototype and what this video was showing was so immense that it puts a massive pressure on all of us. And this is what it's all about. I mean, the power of being first means building up pressure. There's a news, there's a press release, there's something. Now, though we don't talk about a prototype anymore, we're talking about a product, actually. And you need time to develop teams and processes, actually. If I want to do something on blockchain right now, I mean, it would take me half a year or a year to get a team. We are situated in Munich. There's Google, Microsoft, Alibaba, Siemens, BMW. And the most relevant thing for me is getting training data. So when we developed the first virtual prepaid card, then in this moment, I mean, when you come from financial technology, you have a lot of creative minds that have something totally different in their head. We call them fraudsters. They're quite creative. They look at new technology and think to themselves, how can I use this to get more money? And these guys are much smarter than any algorithm. You have to know what they are doing. You have to make mistakes. You have to, create a better product. This takes time. Making mistakes takes time. And you have to be top of mind when the market is ready. And this is the most important stuff. And I will talk about this a bit later. But there is something different. This gentleman here, anybody knows him? His name is Stephen Sassoon, and he was an engineer at Kodak. And in the year 75 of the last century, he invented this monstrum of a machine. It's the first digital camera. So Kodak Eastman, I would say the most innovative company of the past, of the 60s and 70s, they were the first to having a digital camera. So our friend Stephen here did go to his board like every year now for 10 years. And they were showing like his improvements and stuff. And the guys from Kodak, they were looking at the sales rates of paper and chemicals. And I mean, everything was rising. So this guy with his weird technology and cassette player and whatever, this is integrated there, they turned it down. They never made it a product. And then Stephen came on the idea, oh, maybe there is a way to share photos via telecom lines. I mean, the internet was not invented back then. And then one of the executive guys of Kodak said, nobody will ever take a look at an image on a television screen. Kodak Eastman, the bluest of all blue chips, who filed for bankruptcy in the year 2012. Although they were the first, I mean, they missed the point. The second thing is always control the value chain. I mean, I saw a lot of startup guys out there, and most of them are thinking, and I totally understand this, I take some third-party APIs and SDKs and integrate this, and everything will be fine. When you are a payment company, this is not working. We were the first payment company to acquire a full bank license in 2006. And the reason why we did this is there are an awful lot of players in the payment market. There's a gateway, there's someone who called a payment service provider, there's a risk management, the processing, the acquirer, which is the bank, and the issuer, this is a company who issues your cards. And payment is all about small event fees. And if you have to share all your event fees with these kind of infrastructure, there's not so much margin to be made. And so we decided to go a different way, and we been an acquirer. So we built up a bank, actually, and now we are having an acquiring license for whole of Europe and an issuing license for whole of Europe. Now everything in this infrastructure, in this value chain, is controlled by us. And this is not about revenue alone. I mean, revenue is a part, but it's about independence, actually. I mean, integrating in third parties, especially in banks, this could be some surprises. I mean, I've done a lot of these kind of integrations, and it can last 6 months because you don't know the people, you don't know the technology, you don't know the processes, you might have problems to come to like Scrum processes and something like this. You are totally, you are 100% reliable on a third party. And you can't have a focus really. And what is for us important are something like on us capabilities. So if we are the issuer and the acquirer, everything stays in our network. So no fees are raised actually. And what is most important in our case is data. The more data we get, the more successful we are. Because the future of payment is not payment. The future of payment is the use of payment data to manage conversion at retailers. Because the payment transaction in principle is a digital tracking pixel that everybody of us is doing. So being in control is super important for a company like us. The last thing I want to tell you is something about always stay paranoid. And I have a little example. I found a picture. It's a cover of Forbes from the year 2007, and I printed it out and I framed it and I put it on my desk because I wanted to look at this thing every day. This it is. It's the year 2007. Sorry for the bad quality here. The guy who's smiling, so really relaxed in the camera, is the CEO of Nokia. He's holding one of his new smartphones, and the text is going, Nokia, 1 billion customers. Can anyone catch up with the cell phone king? Yeah, 1 billion customers. Can anyone catch up with the cell phone king? Wow, it's a big story. Then I wanted to look it up a bit more in detail, and what I saw is that the year 2007 was the most successful year in the history of Nokia. 40% market share. 40% market share. I mean, these guys were really the cell phone kings. But in January 2007, during the Super Bowl, a little spot aired, a TV spot, and I want to show you a spot because I didn't remember this. And the spot is called Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Barney.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Bonjour.
Hi.
How you doing there? Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yo, yo.
Hello.
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 Hello. Hello.
Coming in June 2007, and I can see before my mind, I can see the guys of Nokia, the cell phone kings, sitting there in their Finlandian woods or whatever, and watching this spot and thinking to themselves, well, we are the cell phone kings, you know, and they're totally right. They're absolutely right. But technology now, I don't want to say it's like a tsunami because this would be not appropriate, but it is moving so fast. If the markets, if the technology is ready, and if the product is in the mind of the people, and the right product comes across, then everything is happening super fast. It's the same now what is happening with electric cars. Everybody tends to think now about electric cars. The technology is not there where it is. The product is not there. Maybe a Tesla, could it be? But if you look at Audi, electric cars are 80,000 euros or something like this. For 80,000 euros, I would buy myself a Porsche or something. So the market is not there. Everybody is looking at this. If the right product kicks in and the market is ready, then you can be the king of cell phones or something. It will blow you away. There is a perfect storm coming up. And I said this also with all the respect to Deutsche Bank or any big bank. I think that the channels that the banks are using normally, they are gone. They are digitalized. All the communication protocols are digital. You don't need branches anymore. The market is open now. And if I would be a C-level of a bank, I would be very paranoid. Last but not least, I wanted to, I was thinking about how could I share a bit how paranoid we are, and it's quite hard, actually. I didn't came up with the right example. But I wanted to share with you a little email that my CEO, Markus Braun, was writing me personally and 5,000 others, employees of us, when we were reaching the DAX. I mean, I was talking to what have you done when you reached the DAX with the Commerzbank and Deutsche Bank guys, because they thought we did a great party and there was a lot of drinking involved and stuff like this. But Markus just wrote an email that has like 3 sentences. And the last sentence is, we see this as an intermediate step to more significant achievements. And we are convinced that the journey is only starting. I think this is the way you have to think. You have to if you think you are successful, if you think you made it, and you lay back or something, I think you are lost, actually. Today, we have to accept that everything is a journey, moving from one step to the other, and the journey is just starting. And this is just what I wanted to tell you a bit about how we do things and how we gained to the story coming from a startup to, quite a corporate company. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jorn. Our super band, please, round of applause. Maybe they'll let us sing at the end of the day, if we're good. Okay, we're going to continue with the financial sector, and we're going to talk about blockchain. You can't have a summit like this without talking about Elon Musk, which probably has already been mentioned this morning. Was it mentioned this morning, Elon Musk? Here? Nobody was here? Well, in my other stage, he was mentioned already, so we covered that. And without mentioning blockchain. So we're going to do it now and just get it over, okay? And no wonder blockchain is in everybody's lips. Es la palabra de moda. No wonder, because they say it's probably the most important revolution since the arrival of internet. They also say it has the power of disrupting everything, from the banking industry to politics. But what about the industry sector? What do we know about blockchain and the industry? Don't worry if you know nothing or if you know a lot, because we have a super panel of experts that are going to precisely to talk about that. And to moderate it, we have an expert on the subject, a very well-known figure in the sector and in the startup ecosystem, and a dear friend. He's founder of Faden. He's also an angel investor, successful entrepreneur, and the person with the most extensive collection of selfies in the world. Trust me, I follow him on Instagram. Please, let's welcome Eneko Nor. Selfie, selfie, selfie.
No lo tengo. Ok, muy bien, tía.
Selfie, selfie.
Okay.
Come on. Okay, I'm going to challenge him. Once he finds his phone, I'm going to challenge him to do, the ultimate selfie, which is having us, his panel, and the audience. Are you ready for the challenge?
Ready.
Shall we introduce your panel first? He's going to receive his guests, and they are Adam Draper, the founder and managing director of Boost VC, Bernardo Hernandez, venture partner at eVentures, here they come, Alberto Gomez Toribio, head of blockchain at Bankia, and Eric Napoli, senior legal counsel of Amadeus. Welcome them all. Come for the selfie. Guys.
Hey, come here.
Guys, come. We're going to do the selfie.
Okay.
Come on, this is the ultimate challenge with the audience.
Another selfie. All right.
We made it! You will see it on the website. You will see it. Fantastic. You're all there. Thank you, Eneko. Thank you, everybody.
Hello. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. Look, there are like 5 or 6 panels now happening at the same time. So we are glad that you chose this one. And you know what? You made the right choice. Hey, this is the place to be right now. Hey, look, the blockchain is the hottest topic right now, and look at the panelists. Hey, this is the best panel right now. Not only the best panel right now, but the best panel of the day, probably. Okay, so that was the right choice. So let's start with quick introductions with the panelists. I'll leave themselves introductions. I mean, with like a 1 time or 1 minute or 2 minutes introduction. Okay, Adam.
Well, thank you for having me. Actually, before I give my intro, I wanted to do a video. Okay, so I have this war cry that we do at Boost VC, which is where I work. I say, "Who are we?" And then the entire audience says, "Boost." Can you guys do that for me? Are you ready? Okay, I'm going to stand up real quick. I'm going to start recording. I'm going to go, who are we? Boost. Who are we? Boost. Who are we? That was pretty good. Thank you for tolerating me. My name is, I'm going to start, that's the first time I've done that, so you guys are my test audience. My name's Adam Draper. I'm the founder and managing director of Boost VC. I once drank an entire bottle of Tabasco sauce in 43 seconds. But the reason I'm on this panel is probably not that. 6 years ago, we became the first fund to ever focus on Bitcoin-related startups. Bitcoin is powered by something called the blockchain. That's probably what we're going to be talking about. I have since invested in more than 100 Bitcoin or blockchain-related startups. I believe it's the most of any venture capitalist because we are very bullish on the space. Boost VC is a pre-seed fund that focuses on making sci-fi a reality. And so we focus on crypto, virtual reality, space, crazy stuff. Okay.
Okay, Bernardo, please. Thank you. And I go after this crowdsourcing marketing. Like he always says it's the first time he does it, but he has like probably like 125 of them now. But my name is Bernardo Hernandez. I love technology. I love to solve big problems with the power of technology, and I've been doing this for 25 years as an entrepreneur, as an executive for big companies, and as an investor now. And I believe the best way to learn about something is to have skin in the game. It's a great book by Nassim Taleb that just went out that I recommend to everyone, Skin in the Game. And if you want to know about blockchain, when it came out, it's like the best way to do that is to actually put skin in the game. And that's what I did. I helped on an ICO a year ago with Kike, there was, and then I invested in Verse together with Adam, and now I'm passionate about that project and in the fintech, and I believe great things are going to come out of the fintech and blockchain, and again, the best way to learn about all this is by getting involved, making mistakes, and I'm putting skin in the game on that. That's
okay,
why I'm here.
Bernardo. Alberto?
Okay, about me, I am the head of blockchain in Bankia, and I have worked in blockchain since 2014. Was then when I founded the first blockchain, or better said, Bitcoin company backed by a bank. Yes, was a Spanish bank, the first one investing in a Bitcoin company, and we are very proud of it. And it was also the first.
No.
Okay, it was also the first company funded using Bitcoins as social capital. After that, Bankia
Okay,
invited me to.
Okay, sorry.
Maybe a handheld microphone.
Try again, sorry, Alberto.
It comes back.
Okay.
After that.
Okay.
It's back.
Okay. I think so.
We were using blockchain for this technology.
It's not working.
It's
okay, please.
Microphone.
Session.
There we go.
Okay. Well, as I said, I found that I started to work in blockchain, funding a company, a startup using Bitcoins as social capital, also having a bank as investor was something weird. And after that, I joined into the bank industry just to try to change all related with money using blockchain and especially cryptocurrencies. And well, this is what I'm doing here.
Okay.
My name is Eric Napoli. I'm a senior lawyer at Amadeus IT Group here in Madrid in the travel IT sector. And yes, I'm the lawyer on the panel, so anything said here is kept confidential. I give legal support to our strategic businesses group, and I sit on the same floor with corporate strategy. And I spend a lot of time, I'm a firm believer that lawyers have to be smarter or know as much as their clients. So I spend a lot of time with corporate strategy and with my business groups to learn about the technology. And I bring them in, and I have them give talks to us about blockchain. I'm looking a lot at biometrics, artificial intelligence. And one day speaking with somebody, they told me, we were trying to understand what blockchain was, and I went to bed, it was around Christmas, and I started singing Santa Claus is Coming to Town to my kids, and I said, he's making a list, he's checking it twice, he's going to find out who's naughty and nice. And I said, perfect opportunity for blockchain, right? We could use blockchain to disrupt Santa Claus to figure out whether or not kids are good or bad. And from that moment, I've started to write about blockchain as much as possible. I've become very interested in blockchain, and Amadeus is looking at blockchain, and I'll talk about that today.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can start the discussion with Eric. So you work at Amadeus in the travel industry. So what do you think about blockchain applied to the travel industry? And also, like, do you think, I mean, blockchain is supposed to give more transparency, or do you think that it could remove intermediaries in the travel industry? So what are your views?
So I think in general, when we look at blockchain, we have to look at, are there situations where blockchain is appropriate? Blockchain isn't the end-all solution to everything, right? So in Amadeus, we've looked at, for blockchain to work, you need to have transactions, and you need to have multiple parties, and have those multiple parties, a need for those multiple parties to communicate with each other. And so we've been looking at the different use cases. We're excited about the possibility to work with blockchain to the extent that it helps our customers, who are travel providers, and to the extent that it benefits the end users, the passengers. And when we've looked at this, what we've seen is there are 4 areas right now that we think we can start working on. One is traveler identification, so ways to have seamless processing of passengers through the airport, where you can combine blockchain technology to identify somebody with biometrics or mobile phones. Another area is loyalty programs. Something like 60% of people who use loyalty programs never actually use the points.
Interesting.
And there could be a wonderful market for people to be sharing loyalty points, either exchanging them with each other or using them in other industries. Another area is payment settlement, which is a huge pain point for our customers, whether they're providers of services or whether they're travel agencies. You have cross-international transactions. And another area is baggage tracking, where we've built a prototype where you can have multiple parties that interact with your bags in all different places in an airport, and put those on a blockchain, and everybody knows at all times where a bag's located. Those are the areas that we've identified as being interesting.
Exactly, yeah, very, very interesting.
How many people here own Bitcoin? Okay.
That's not a bad number.
How many people here know what Bitcoin is?
How many people own blockchain? how many people have blockchain here?
Yeah. You.
One.
One. Great. No, I just wanted to.
Very good,
I
good
wanted to
percentage.
check.
Yeah. So Alberto, you work at a bank, at a big bank in Spain. So what are your views about what banks are doing related to blockchain? What are you specifically doing at your bank?
To address this answer, in Bankia, we need to think what are the needs of our clients. We have identified 3 different things in the blockchain space in which we are working. The first thing is digital identity. We are part of a national consortium called Alastria, and we are working with more than 200 companies working in the same thing, to build a new identity standard. That being said, we need to note that to solve this problem, the identity problem, not to provide any physical document at all when you want to open an account in Bankia, for example, through internet. To solve that problem is not just to build something using blockchain technology or any other sexy technology. It's much more. It's about to solve problems related with data privacy, standardization, and the most important thing, mass adoption or network effect. Most of you probably own a national ID, DNI, and it's digital. You own a digital identity, but probably most of you don't use it in any way. This is because no one wants to use something with a poor user experience. And the challenge here is not just to using blockchain, in my opinion, to build something is just about to get network effect, and we have a big challenge here. The second thing in which we are working in Bankia using blockchain is processes. We are exploring how to remove the conciliation processes we have between Bankia and other financial institutions when we deal with money. And blockchain is a very interesting technology for that. And the third one, and that being said, this is interesting to solve conciliation processes, but my personal opinion is business as usual. This is not something disruptive, and it's important to know that. The third thing, and this is maybe our bet, is about tokenization. We are working on helping our clients to provide solutions to create their own digital currencies. We need to know that a token is different from a digital currency, since a token is created and backed by a company to represent the ownership of something. Money blocked in a bank account, for example, you can move that money represented by a token from any part to other of the world. Kilovatios per hour of energy, kilograms of width, whatever you want. And I think the role of a bank in this scenario is to be the connector of the fiat money, euros, dollars, whatever, and this new kind of economy, the tokenomics. And in that sense, we have created a platform called StockMine. I invite you to check it in stockmine.io. And this is a platform to allow you to create your own digital tokens. This is something different from other banks because we are providing a software. We are providing something like a middleware. StockMine is a software designed to be distributed and to be installed on your own cloud infrastructure. So we don't touch your tokens in any way. This is something different. We don't want to provide technology. We are a bank. We provide financial services. But we want to help to our clients in their innovation processes, helping them to identify new financial needs. And this is basically the resume of what we are doing with blockchain.
Okay, that's very interesting. I mean, more than I mean, there are banks that are doing nothing related to that or just using blockchain in like very like silly ways. So, Bernardo, as you've been an executive in Silicon Valley, entrepreneur, investor, so what are your views?
So, first of all, I think it's important to understand the essence of what we're talking about, and to me that's always critical. Blockchain has the potential of being huge, and it's easy to fall into the attraction of saying, oh, it's the new buzzword, I need to do something with blockchain, but it's critical that everyone here understands what blockchain is, and what's the ability of having a decentralized layer that can actually be a registry for everything you do. And what is the meaning of that to you? And that is the first thing that we all have to do. Adam asked the question, who here owns blockchain, who here owns or is doing something with blockchain. Just if you can have a takeaway from this session, just go and do something with it. Either buy Bitcoin or try to do something, whatever it is, with blockchain. I remember my first interaction on the day that I realized that this was going to be huge. It was when a guy that used to be my iOS lead for one of my projects, wanted to create his own company, and I was going to be an angel there, and I was going to give him $100,000, and I didn't like, the team that he was structuring. His name is Jorge Izquierdo with Visiban, and I said, you need a business co-founder. But I was in power. I had the experience. I knew it all, and before I realized, 3 weeks went by, and I read on the news that he had raised in 20 minutes more than $30 million in ICO. That was a year and a half ago, and I was there, holding my $100,000 check, thinking that I had any power. I realized that day that this 18-year-old kid was able to do something incredible with a new technology that he understood really well, and I didn't understand at all. The day I realized that everyone can do something with blockchain, it was going to be critical. So I think it's very important that we all understand this. Everyone here can do something with blockchain, but it's your responsibility to actually understand what that is and what it means to you. It cannot be delegated to a bank or to anyone within the company. It's really up to you. Verus, the company that I'm the president, and it's this, the best way to move money around, like the Spanish Venmo. We had blockchain at the beginning, and that was the layer to begin with, and we had to move away from blockchain to actually, because it wasn't scaling well, it was very expensive to run, and we created our own version of our blockchain. But we understood really well the stuff that we could do with blockchain versus the stuff that we couldn't do with blockchain. So don't fall into the temptation of the new buzzword, blockchain, but just try to understand what it is, what are the implications for you, and why is it relevant for you. The potential of a decentralized ledger, it's incredible, but you need to understand exactly what are the implications of all that for you.
Okay, very good. So Adam, your views as a venture capitalist?
Yeah, so by the way, the company that Bernardo is referencing was Aragon. And it's a Spanish company that raised $25 million. I'm saying that because Boost VC did do that deal, so we're happy about it. At the end of the day, all Bitcoin, by the way, I'm going to use the word Bitcoin, okay? And you can use it analogously with blockchain. I think Bitcoin gets a bad, people use it as a bad word for some reason, and banks hate using the word Bitcoin, and I use it all the time, sometimes to piss people off, sometimes not. But basically, Bitcoin is the reason that everyone's talking about the blockchain. And all it does is replace third-party trust with mathematical proof. That's it. Now, that is a very, very powerful tool. When Brian Armstrong, I was the first investor in a company called Coinbase, and when Brian Armstrong, who's the CEO of Coinbase, was pitching me, he was pitching me at this coffee shop, which means if you're an entrepreneur, you should probably pitch at coffee shops because that's where I give most of my money. But when he was pitching me at a place called Red Rock in Mountain View, you guys are in Spain right now. Have you ever been to Palo Alto? Have you been to Mountain View? Okay, Red Rock is on the main street in Mountain View. It's really good coffee. But when he was pitching me, he said at some point the world is going to be on one financial infrastructure. Now, it wasn't a question, and to me, I was thinking, why isn't it? And that was what ended up sort of captivating me. That statement captivated me and has really been a part of the last 6.5 years of my career, is really supporting this ecosystem and building bridges. So all I've been doing is investing in hundreds of companies that are trying to connect the world's financial ecosystem. So when you're thinking of the blockchain, when you're thinking about Bitcoin, if you're not thinking globally, you are doing it wrong. Because this is the thing. We are a global world now. What I realized yesterday, I actually just said this backstage, but what I realized yesterday while I was in Spain taking all these meetings was all of my conversations are exactly the same. They're all about the same technologies that I'm talking about in Silicon Valley at the exact same educational level of my conversations in Silicon Valley. I'm talking about blockchain, I'm talking about crypto, I'm talking about autonomous cars, I'm talking about VR. Everything is the same. And suddenly, because of the internet, we have this communication layer that everyone has the same information at the exact same time. That's incredible. But now what we're doing is we're creating scarcity on the internet. We're allowing there to be one of something on the internet. It isn't infinite anymore. There is one. I can verifiably prove identity with a blockchain. I can verifiably prove that I own my money. If you want personal sovereignty, if you want freedom of money, that's really what it's about connecting the world's trade. And I feel safer with my money in my hands than the bank's hands, but that's a separate argument for another day.
So
blockchain!
So blockchain is it's a super broad concept. I mean, it goes from blockchain for the enterprise. You know, there are tons of people that say, like, oh, I like blockchain, but I don't like crypto, this kind of things. And there is crypto, there is ICO, so I mean, we can talk for hours about this. And there is a lot of discussion between like private blockchains, public blockchains. So, so what do you think about this, Eric or who?
Well, I guess two comments, one to Bernardo and one to Alberto. So I think one important thing Bernardo says is you have to know what blockchain is and what it isn't. And right now, blockchain has, at least for my industry, a lot of limitations. What do my customers want? My customers want availability of the sale of their tickets right now. And they want to be able to process transactions really quickly. And right now, blockchain is just too slow for people who want things right now. So when you're looking at what goes in the blockchain and what doesn't, it might be good for Bitcoin, but for other transactions, it's just not ready. And another thing that Alberto was talking about ID, another thing that people have to think about when they're designing blockchain, what I think is very important, and I'm saying this from a legal standpoint, is you really have to think about the end user first. So you can't be too religious about exactly what the blockchain does. You have to think, is the end user going to be comfortable using a system where they're putting their ID on a blockchain forever? When you talk about traction, people have to be very comfortable. Adam's saying right now he's very comfortable having his money in a blockchain, not in the bank. We have to make sure when we're looking at new technologies, when we talk about privacy by design, we're designing things so that the customer really wants to use it. And if the customer really wants to use it and they like using it, they're comfortable, regulation will follow.
Yeah, but in the case of the blockchain, we are moving the responsibility from a service provider to the user. When you own Bitcoins, for example, you are responsible of your private key. And if you lose the private key, you lose your Bitcoins. This is not especially user-friendly, you know. The difference between private and public blockchains, I think there is no so much about user experience, and this should be the most important thing. It's about the comfortable of the companies. And I think this is the same case as, for example, did you know the first person in McDonald's proposing to have a web page was fired? Just because, wow, it's crazy to have a web page over there on internet. Everyone could check it, and right now we kill each other to be in the first page of the search result of Google, right? I think it's happening the same with blockchain. I think this is just about getting momentum, and the public blockchains for us are especially important in the case of tokenization, because if you want to represent the ownership of something with a token, you want to put that token in a network in which potentially can be anyone, not in a private one, in the case of tokenization. In the case of identity, maybe it's different, because we maybe need to share, you know, personal information on or whatever. And by the way, in Alastria, for example, a national ID blockchain solution, they are not sharing personal information, they are just sharing hashes, something cryptographically, and there is no personal information there. But where, in my opinion, the potential is in the public blockchains. And right now, the private ones are just a path to find, you know, the way of working with public blockchains.
Good. I think another important thing is actually regulatory issues. If you know, we need, you know, legal environments that actually can be an ecosystem where all this can grow. You know, you have countries like Singapore or Lithuania that actually get it. So if there is something that all of you can do actually to help, and it's to vote, you know, representatives and politicians that actually get it. We're not going to go anywhere with the politicians that we have today that actually don't get it. They don't even understand. They don't even, like, you know, the caliber of these conversations. They can even begin to understand. Or even our Secretary of State, which I think he get it, but then he becomes a little bit too coward versus another politician. So, you know, none of this is going to happen if we have politicians that actually don't get it. And not only they do nothing like the ones we had before, but they do actually things against it. You know, to get a license in Spain to do anything in fintech today, it's impossible. that needs to change. We have to go to Lithuania to actually do business. Instead of like having politicians that actually encourage, the creations and the development of all these technologies right here within Spain. So it's really important to do everything that we do, but it's also really important that the other half of the equation, which is the legal framework that actually is going to allow all of this to be developed, exists. And we don't have it today, and we need to make sure that actually we have politicians that actually get it and understand it.
So Adam, ICOs were supposed to disrupt the venture capital industry. So what's going on now? What are your views?
Yeah, it's over. Disrupted it. It's done. I think at the end of the day, so a big piece of like what drives me is just the user should have control over their own stuff, their own money, their own whatever the thing is. And what the ICO did was it gave people control over ideas and allowed you to fundraise. It took the power away from these central services who were dictating the power law of venture capital and it gave it back to anyone who wanted to support an idea. And that's really, really exciting. What we saw in 2017 was how powerful that could be. And it attracted so many smart people. When you watch just the smartest people running into an industry, like you want to invest in that industry, and that's what we do. And so do I think venture capital as a whole is going away? No, it's evolving. Like I'm not a venture capitalist, I'm along with everyone else. I'm competing for the same deal flow. Just like we all have the same communication channels and we compete for the same information, now all of a sudden we're competing for the same ideas. We can look at the same thing. So I think that there's a new evolution of what venture capital means. And at the end of the day, it's about creating a higher quality service. So suddenly we have to compete with everyone else and provide a service. It's not just money. It's, hey, I can open doors for you. I can figure out like what the competitive advantage is going to be for your specific company. It's no longer just about money. And that's why I love Bitcoin in general, is because it's not about like banks. It's about the banks delivering a really bad service for a high cost. And suddenly there's an alternative. If you choose not to use that alternative, that's you. That's on you. But there is an alternative to a bank. That's crazy. So really, I just want better quality services for a lower cost.
Okay, we only have one minute left, so I'm going to ask a question. I mean,
By the way, I was told we had 40 minutes, and that only started with 30. So I took another 10 seconds just pointing that out.
You can complain to the organization. I'm sorry. So, I mean, what I like most of the blockchain world is the crypto. I mean, I think it's the real disruption is there. So my question is it the right moment to buy crypto, or what do you think? Before the answer, this is not an investment advice. Do your own research. Okay.
Well, skin in the game guy. So my answer is, if you look on a timeline that's a very long time horizon, like there's no time like the present. If you're very short term in your thinking, basically, I think the question you should be asking yourself is, do you want to control your own money? And if the answer is yes, you should buy. It has nothing to do with what the price is today. I think that's a distraction from the actual value that's being provided. Like what we're doing is we're programming trust. All these industries that have middlemen, wiped out, done, just gone. Like absolute just rubbish. They're gone away. We're providing a good service and wiping out a bunch of middlemen. That sounds like a better quality service. So yeah.
I would say yes. Buy crypto, buy Bitcoin. Everyone here should have at least 1% of their net savings in Bitcoin. Just do it. Don't be afraid. 1%. That's nothing. Like just buy 1% of your net savings. And I keep buying every time it goes to a minimum. I keep buying Bitcoin.
Okay, 10 more seconds. Sorry.
Well, I really cannot provide investment advice representing Bankia, but from a personal view, and this is important, it's a personal view. I own Bitcoin.
Do you own any?
Yeah, of course. But I don't
much?
want to disclose the amount, but yeah. Well, I think blockchain in general is about markets and money. And Bitcoin is, from my personal view, I insist on that, the only one use case, the really only one use case built on top of the blockchain is money. Bitcoin is the use case is going to grow in the future, from my personal view.
Okay, 5 seconds to Eric. Okay, 10.
Yeah, I'm not as big of a fan of cryptocurrencies as the rest of you, but I'll keep that offline.
Okay.
The lawyer.
It was an amazing panel. I hope you liked it. Thanks for being here and enjoy the show.
Thank you, Madrid.
Okay, guys, thank you. That we're gonna see Eneco's selfie in his Instagram account, yeah, and Twitter account. Follow Eneconor if you want to see yourself in that selfie we just took a while ago. And now you can't say you don't know anything about blockchain after having these 5 cracks here on stage today. You know everything there is to know. All right. So while they change the stage, I'm going to ask you a question now that I see this is a very clever audience today. Don't run away. As soon as I say I'm going to ask a question, people start running away. Okay, I'll ask the ladies, which usually are, have all the answers. She said, don't look at me. All the ladies don't look at me. An easy one. Okay, how many startups do you think there are in the world? Startups in general, not only tech startups, but startups in the world. Think about the amount of millions of people we are. Come on, a guess? Anybody? How many? 1 million. Billion. Huh? No. Another guess? Well, according to Forbes, 300 million startups in the world. And of those, how many do you think can actually scale up? Because this is what we're going to talk about. How many? 500,000. ¿Alguien da más? No, I'm just kidding. I actually don't know the answer to that question, but very few. Very, very few they do it. So why? What is the problem? And specifically, when we're in Europe, when we talk about European companies in general, not only startups, we're not very good at scaling. Apparently, from the top 10 companies in Europe, only 3 are European, in the world, largest companies in the world, and on the top 50, just 11. Although, our next panelists, they said these figures are a bit messed up. Don't worry, because they're going to tell us the secrets of how to scale up from Europe as a company. And let me introduce them to you. They are the partner at Hacks, investors in hardware startups, and the Delivery Hero founder, which, as you know, is the largest IPO in Germany. So please, let's welcome Benjamin Hoff and Lukasz Gadowski. Welcome. Benjamin.
Merci.
Lukasz.
Thank you.
I said it.
Thanks a lot.
Excellent.
Thank you. Lot of light. Thanks. So it's really a pleasure to welcome Lukasz today, mostly because we've actually known each other for quite a few years from some of his first businesses, and he was actually even a customer of a consulting company I used to run when he had just started Delivery Hero. I think it was back in 2011. At that time, you were looking at studying models in Asia and expanding. And maybe for the benefit of everybody here, let's go and discuss a little bit of your background. So you're born in Poland, you work in Germany, you studied in Germany, you live in Berlin right now, and you started your first company. That's perfect, nice. You can perfect for startups, That's high wonderful. quality, small quantities. So. And you were one of the first investor in the German Facebook, which got acquired for almost $100 million.
Yes, correct. So I've been angel investor / co-founder in that. And after less than a year, it got acquired. Unfortunately, not by Facebook. This was one of the big mistakes that we did, not to sell to Facebook.
Were they interested in buying?
They've been, yeah. We would have received Facebook shares, but back then it was this was 2006, it wasn't clear
There would have-
like,
there
that
would have been-
Facebook is going to become what it is today.
Because Facebook didn't actually acquire many local versions, I think, anywhere, right?
No, I don't think.
So that would have
any,
been kind of very
Yeah.
unique deal. Interesting. So hindsight is 100%.
Yeah,
right?
so we grew faster in Germany than Facebook in the US back then. So like.
So that gave you kind of the initial funding to start your own fund and company building studio in Germany called Team Europe. And you teamed up with a few partners and you started to build companies. So one of them was Delivery Hero. Can you tell us a bit how that came about? Why did you decide to work on that particular project?
So it's interesting. Yeah, basically we wanted to launch successful companies of a certain scale, and usually when you're an entrepreneur, you look at something that is like completely new. So sometimes you look for like too much innovation. You try to be like too innovative, let's say.
Yep.
And often it's only the small things. And also like when we had the introduction here, building companies of scale from Europe, what's the biggest factor in building a company of scale? I would say it's the business model.
Okay.
If you have a strong business model, this is also my personal experience, or goes back to the Facebook experience, and the Spreadshirt experience with the T-shirts. To sell custom printed T-shirts online is a very challenging business model. Yeah, and it is a big market. It's very attractive, but like compared to online food delivery, yeah, how many T-shirts you buy a day? How often do you eat food a day? Yeah. Or like on a social network, how often you communicate with your friends a day? Like, so the business model really.
So the repeat business with T-shirts isn't great, and at the time you were working on social networks, the business model wasn't that clear, I guess, compared to repeat transactions of deliveries and the fact that you don't need to handle inventory, for instance.
Yeah, but the message is like that the business model is the most important factor when it comes whether you can scale or not. You can execute totally flawlessly if your business model is not doesn't enable you to grow that fast. It's going to be really challenging. Versus when you have a better business model, it's more forgiving. You can make more mistakes and then it scales.
So the delivery business, the business model is more sound, but at that time, was there any company that already had reached the scale that you felt was possible somewhere else, maybe in US?
Yeah, and so the interesting thing has been that there have been like many businesses doing like takeout food delivery marketplaces already, but they've not been very innovative. And although they enabled the order of food online, they, for example, didn't integrate online payment. Yeah, you had to pay at the door. And although
so they had part of the service, right?
So although there has been like a large incumbent already, for example in Germany, we could as a startup start and overtake them and be successful. Although this was a company back then and they had millions of EBIT, not only revenue, they've been very profitable, millions of EBIT a year, but this made them also like complacent, so we could like enter as a basically as a startup. Yeah.
So you had a feeling that even though the market had already some established players, they were not covering the entire service range, the user experience, and that you could execute better.
Correct. They've been not as aggressive, not as innovative, and this was like a different, yeah.
And so very often there's some successes that happen in the US first and then give birth to some local adaptations. Was that the case for the delivery business?
I wouldn't say so, no. Like this like came up like simultaneously in most of the markets.
Okay. So what you mentioned about business model is kind of interesting because so I've been based in Asia for a long time, particularly in China. And one gentleman, I don't know if you had the chance to meet him, named Wang Xing, was the founder of a local Facebook that he actually had to sell for the exact same problem you mentioned, was lack of business model. And then later he decided to do a local Groupon. And at that time there were like 5,000 Groupons in China. But he over-executed everybody, but due to competition, the business model, which was to take quite a large share of each transaction, was gradually getting into the single digit. And now that company has kind of changed and merged with another called Dianping, and actually is, I think just went or is about to go public for quite a lot of money. So Meituan and Dianping. They also recently acquired a company called Mobike that does the bicycle, like dockless rentals. So the business model now works, it seems, and in the case of Delivery Hero, did you see the pressure of competition also like erode margins? Was that a problem?
Not really. It depends on the intricacies of the specific business model. So we have not seen a price war like it would be like applicable for mobiles and that like. And also with Delivery Hero, our timing was such that when we started, it was not overcrowded yet, and it was not the hot thing yet. So we had time to start when it was a little bit quieter, and then when it got like a hot topic, we already have been, let's say, well established.
So we're also here to talk about scaling in Europe. So what's really interesting about your company is that you started a number of local operations in different countries. So can you tell us a bit how you did that, how you found the people to do that, and then go into maybe some specifics about market differences, and how do you choose to build versus to acquire a local player?
Yeah, so maybe a little bit context here. So we in Delivery Hero, we launched in Germany first with Lieferheld, and then after this was successful, well on track, like 6 to 9 months later, we decided to also start an international version in parallel, with a new team to not distract like the German team, and then later on merged them together and continued either like starting new countries or like partnering with local entrepreneurs and integrating them, more or less integrating them into not integrating them really, but like taking them into the Delivery Hero family, so to say. So it was like a buy and build, and it's Latin America, Middle East, and some parts of Asia.
How did you select the markets to go into?
How
do you prioritize?
Yeah. So at the beginning, like just market size, market size, and where we had like a good access to, and then later we had to pick our battles and where we could like partner with strong local entrepreneurs. So based on that, yeah.
So it was a bit of a mix of market potential and people fit.
Yeah. We also tried a few markets where we've not been successful for various reasons. So. For example, China, one of them.
China's a tough one.
Against Meituan and Yanping, they did like very, very strong price competition, a lot of subsidies. So
lots of casualties. It's very difficult to outcompete and out-execute a local entrepreneur in China. Can you tell us a bit what you discovered about the challenges of scaling that business? Because I guess for you, it was the first time scaling a business internationally at that scale. And what were the kind of the pitfalls that you noticed along the way?
I mean, it's always like raising capital, growing your organization, and then also like the tough decisions are like picking your battles, and like where to focus, where to continue. Like those would be like.
The point on capital is a really good one, because in US and in China, there's some investors that deploy lots of capital to either consolidate the position of a leader or to even turn a second or third player into a leader. How about capital access in Europe? So you had already quite good, I'd say you were kind of bankable as an entrepreneur. You had built scaling a business at scale, you had invested and sold also a good company. How did that affect your ability to attract capital, and what did you feel were the limits in Europe?
Yeah, so like obviously both the US and China would be like more advanced in terms of like the capital markets, but and Europe is like in that sense behind, but like compared to other places of the world, we're in a pretty good shape, both in terms of like access to capital, but also like talent and skills to grow businesses and to scale businesses. And also to grow and scale business internationally, because when you look at the US, they have a very large domestic market.
Yep.
So they also have sometimes less pressure to go international.
That's right.
And if you go to China, it's like, first of all, they have a huge domestic market. Second of all, culturally, it's tougher for them like to go abroad. And like same like in terms of culture, but also in terms of like what is the ecosystem, the existing connections they have. I think just very recently China starts to play in other Western markets, right? So like, and in that sense, we in Europe are uniquely positioned to scale businesses within Europe, but also across the rest of the world. Yeah. So like, for example, Latin America, Middle East, and like some parts of Southeast Asia, as mentioned before. Yeah, and it's yeah, and in our case, it's not only the capital, but also like providing like other like be it like services. Or providing know-how how to like scale and operate those markets. So basically, like an aggregator to like team up rest of the world to be able to compete with, not only compete, to really win globally against against the US
against
and
the other
and
big
China.
players.
So Europe alone is a smaller market, but like as the rest of the world, it's a very compelling play. Yeah? And in that sense, also Europe is culturally well adapted because we have to deal with different geographies, different nationalities, different culture anyway. So this is one of our skills. Yeah. So in that way, it's a curse and a blessing. And when you think about like building a very large business out of Europe, you have to go global, sort of. So this is also our
so the understanding of market differences is something that actually helps European entrepreneurs to go abroad because they understand that differences exist. They don't try like a cookie cutter.
Yeah, I think we're in a unique position to scale globally.
Interesting. So actually, I was also curious about your choice of going public. So you raised a lot of capital with venture capital, like I don't remember, like to G or H round. Then you went to secondary markets, you went to private equity, and finally IPO. Was there, like early on, the avenue for the exit? Because 95% of tech startups get acquired rather than IPO. Did you envision that as the main path? Because even today, so I mentioned Meituan, Dianping. I think they IPO'd for like 30 billion. So your company is 5 billion, which is huge, but they could almost acquire.
Yeah.
And probably early on they might have been able to. Was that something you considered as an exit?
So no, when we started, we didn't think about like okay,
let's try.
It's like we just thought about like let's build a lot of value, and within a few years we want to be of a significant size. This is how we started out. Like, and today when I start a new company, obviously like this is then the benchmark and this is the ambition. So this is one answer, and then the other is like always looking for the long term. I think this is where entrepreneurship is interesting. Yes, so I would lie if of course I'm also driven by financial success and by being successful business, but it's like I think the success should be rooted in creating value, and this is usually long term. And the least risky business strategy is to do something that is robust, and this works over the long term. So if your business is, if you have to achieve, if you optimize for the short term because of, I don't know, there might be like a correction in the financial markets or whatever, I think it's a risky proposition. So in that sense, being long term naturally is geared towards, towards like a strong independent companies, and I think this is what's interesting. Huh?
It's good probably to remind everybody that actually when you IPO, it's an exit for private investors, but not for founders, because you keep operating the company.
It depends. I mean, like there are many reasons for IPOs, right? And and one of the reasons for IPOs is sometimes you're with the back to the wall and you have no other choice. Yeah? And usually you see then the stock quote then drop off those companies.
So let's talk about a bit the new projects you're working on. So Delivery Hero, massive success, done very well, keep growing, the stock is doing very well. Now you're working on other projects. One of them has to do with urban mobility, kick scooters, and another one is about flying taxis. So can you tell more about those two?
Yeah, so like, and it's again about like providing value long term and like what is interesting. Yeah, and when we look at macro again, Europe, we have a lot of talent. We have the ability to go global. We have nascent capital markets, but like for me, like being able to being strong in playing the capital market game relatively, I still can provide value to the market in doing that. So after Delivery Hero and after after having done like social networking, e-commerce, marketplaces, advertising technology, I wanted to go back to do things that are like more technically. Yeah, because if we have like a lot of engineers, we have a lot of educated workforce people, and to enable them to be successful as entrepreneurs and to grow to grow large, sustainable, independent companies. So I started to look at like more deeper tech, more engineering, and ended up in the flying car space. Yeah, this is really spacey, flying car.
So it's the type of cars with more like drone-like rather than the one with wings, right?
So the flying car has no wheels, and the flying car is not able to ride on the street. But like within like not such a far future, we will see like mass individual transport in air. So basically, think of it like not a helicopter, but like much cheaper, less noisy, safer, easier to operate. So like it's going to be affordable for all of us. It's not a luxury product. Yeah? And this depends like how ambitious the entrepreneurs are, something between like 3 and 8 years away. Also regulations is very important. So I started with that. I made a few investments in this space and still continue to look at the space. But it's not super fast time to market. Yeah, but it's like next generation mobility, it's hardware, it's regulations. And then and this goes back to the business model, one of the most promising business models right now is like the shared kick scooters. Yeah? So basically a rental model for like not bikes, but like small scooters. So not the scooters where you have like a
the kickboards one, right?
Yeah,
the Lime, the Bird we see in Paris. I don't know if they have it in Madrid, in Spain.
Correct. And with our skills and with our background, we think we're uniquely positioned, or like myself and a team around it, to repeat what we did with Delivery Hero and build like a European champion, global player in this field. Yeah, and
you don't feel that this time actually the US companies and maybe some Chinese companies have been quite quick at internationalizing, that competition is more stiff?
Yeah, it certainly is, yes. It certainly is, but it's still super early. It's still super early. They have their own challenges. They have to fight their home markets. Plus, we think we can be pretty good. Yeah, and again, like our strategy is like also like to be able to partner with local entrepreneurs. So we're not trying to be a pyramid that is controlled very like centrally, and we have our HQ, let's say in Berlin and whatever, and try to and roll it out like just from there. But we do a dual strategy where we like build our own markets, roll out, but also partner with local entrepreneurs. So, and this is a strategy that I have not seen to this extent with the others yet. So.
Well, I think so. Time's up, but we definitely look forward to seeing you building those companies to at least the same scale as Delivery Hero, maybe bigger, in Europe and beyond. So, Lukasz, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, what an interesting story this was. Amazing, fantastic. We're going to continue with a keynote speaker directly from Rome. And I'm going to ask you another question. Don't worry, you don't need to answer this one. It's a rhetorical question, unless you want to answer, obviously. Have you heard about innovability? Anybody? Apart from the people from Enel, obviously. This is actually a vision born of Enel's open power strategy, whose goal is to become the innovation leaders in the energy sector. They plan to achieve this goal together with the best startups from all over the world. And how, you may wonder that you answer all my questions, you lovely guy. Okay, I'm going to tell you and the rest of the audience, by bringing together innovation and sustainability to address technological challenges whose solutions are expected both to create value for Enel while tackling some of the world's major issues. Which are these major issues, Fernando Sandoval? You know, guys, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They are committed to 4 of them: quality education, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, and climate action, not bad. Our next keynote speaker, as I said, coming directly from lovely Rome, is able to combine creativity, a typical Italian skill, with a strong focus on execution. He is the Chief Innovability Officer at Enel, and he said, and I quote, "We are looking for rebels, the ones who can change the rules, not the ones who can follow the rules." Very dramatic words, but mind you, he's also a poet and a playwright. So there you have it. Please, let's welcome Ernesto Chorra. Yes.
Thanks for the music. Hi to everybody. Ciao, buenos dias. How are you? Are you tired? It's no, great. So, let's take a look at the presentation. No, let's talk about innovability. It's a mix of innovation and sustainability. Why have we invented this word? Because we wanted to be innovative a little bit. And okay, if we look at innovation and sustainability, we must think about Star Wars. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there were successful firms. Probably you remember, who had a Nokia mobile phone before? Raise the hand, please. Who used at least once in his life a Kodak camera? Great, everybody. So who used Blockbuster? Okay, global leaders, but unfortunately, innovation has a dark side. Nokia 72 global market share. Polaroid, 89 global market share. Kodak, 75 global market share. Blockbuster, a great position in the United States and in some countries, with 30, 40 market share in those countries. They closed, or they went to bankrupt, or they went to zero revenues. How it was possible? Because innovation has a dark side. It kills entire sectors. So, innovation and sustainability. What is the aim of sustainability? Survival. If you don't innovate, your company will die. So you must innovate to guarantee sustainability of the company. That's why in our company, in the investment committee of the group, I represent the voice of innovation and sustainability, because a lot of investments that companies are doing every day are not sustainable because innovation will kill them. 5 years ago, we said, we think that we must avoid to invest in new thermal generation, renewables, only renewables and digitalized grids. And people told us, you are crazy. But because we were evaluating our investments with the light of innovation and sustainability, 5 years ago we said, innovation will kill thermal generation. So we are not going to invest in new thermal plants. That's why we have become the biggest renewable company in the world. Do you know what is the biggest renewable company in the world? Not Tesla. Don't think that Elon Musk is doing. Enel Group. And Endesa is a great part of this Enel Group. We are the biggest renewable company in the whole world. Do you know who is the leader in the United States of renewables? Hey, please, tell me. Who is the leader in the United States of renewables? You don't know? You? And you? Hey, have you heard me before? No, eh? What's the biggest renewable company in the world? Not me. Enel Group. So what's the biggest renewable company in the United States? You are great. Please follow him. He's a leader. He knows. Who did the biggest renewable plant in Australia? Great. And in South Africa? Enel, not must be, it's Enel. And in South America? Great. He knows the story. You are great. So now you know the story too. But why? Because we shift all the amount of investments on renewables before the other ones. What the innovators do? They do something that other people are not doing because they have a dream. And they transform this dream into a shared dream, into a shared story. So pay attention. Innovation can kill entire sectors, but it's an opportunity for you because innovation can create new codes that in 12 months can transform people like you into a billionaire. This is what happened to people who invented Amazon or Uber or Airbnb or BlaBlaCar. Airbnb value, in 4 years, Airbnb overtook Hilton in number of nights booked. 4 years against more or less 90 years. The value of Airbnb in 4 years, 31 billion. This is the light side of the force, the Skywalker side. Luke, not Darth Vader. The market value of Hilton, with many years, big buildings, many hotels, 25 billions. So, this is the light side of the force. Why do we talk about innovability? Because innovation can help the survival of the company, or innovation can kill the company. So we must avoid to be killed. And how can we do this? We can lever on the passion, the determination, the knowledge of our people. These are real faces of Enel people. From Spain, Colombia, Chile, Brazil, South Africa, Australia, UK, United States, Russia, here, Japan, North Korea. We have people in those countries. And we are very proud of those people, but can we do it alone? Can we do it alone? This is Enel Group. And this is the weight of the innovation. It's impossible to lift this weight alone. We are so young. If you look at the emerging markets, the emerging business models, we can't do it alone. So we need you. People with startups, independent innovators, inventors, or people in the academia, researchers, people who can give us ideas. We need them. I will demonstrate to you with a real, very fast game. Hey, are you able to make a simple sum? I will ask you to make this sum. Please say loud in Spanish. How much? 1,000 plus 40. How much? This is not loud. You need more caffeine. Please say loud. How much? 1040. Más fuerte. Imagine that you are watching Real Madrid or Atlético Madrid or Barcelona, ¿no? Ahora va bien. Okay. Ahora. 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 5.000, 5.000, 5.000, 5.000. Who said 5.000? ¿Quién ha dicho 5.000? Yo he dicho 5.000, la primera vez que he mirado este. Prego, don't do this, strange laugh. Do this, okay? 5.000, 5.000, 5.000, 5.000. In 10 seconds, I canceled 20 years of mathematics skills. How many? Did you say 5,000? No. 4.100? Are you saying the truth? Yeah. Great. Who said 5,000 of you? She. How is it possible that you didn't say anything? Okay. No, you were talking about how to invite her at dinner. Okay. No. But you say 5,000. Great. I say 5,000. The most talented people usually say 5,000. I don't say that you are not talented, okay? But I asked Professor San Giovanni Vincentelli from Berkeley, 3 startups founded. The value today is 20 billion. So not the stupid guy. He said 5,000. Because I asked your mind to sum 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. 4 times I asked your mind to sum 1,000, and your mind forgot everything else. Your mind said, okay, I must add 1,000. A dominant rule in 10 seconds can cancel 20 years of mathematics. This is what happened, more or less. You are 25 years old, so 20 years of mathematics cancelled in 10 seconds. Because dominant rule can kill our brain, creativity. So you can imagine how many years in the same company can kill our creativity. Many years in a sector, car industry, travel, banking, insurance, energy, and after 20 years, your creativity is born. Your way of thinking is limited. That's why you need fresh air, fresh ideas from outside the company. That's why we need startuppers. And that's why we need their passion, their commitment, their willingness. They don't know anything about our sector. They can say a lot of stupid things. My surname is Chorra, and here you say chorradas. Stupid things, more or less, no? It's great. I have a great image in Spain. Okay, and the problem is that we need them, because after some stupid things, they can have a great idea that we couldn't achieve. But the problem is that we must be humble and listen to people like them. Look at their faces. Look at their eyes. In 1978, they didn't have ecstasy, but they have LSD, crack, and similar stuff, or marijuana. Look, would you lend money to them? Would you borrow your personal savings to them? Probably not. No. So, many cases we meet people like them, and we must be humble, we must be open, we must listen to them, because they can change our sector. They can kill the big giant NL. So we must be open to them. Try to imagine a business meeting with such people, no? With dark glasses. This is Steve Jobs. The other one is Wozniak, the founders of Apple. Would you lend your money to people like them? Hey, these are people who have changed the world. These are the typical phases of startups that come to us. We must be able to work with them. And from the other side, are you a startupper? Who are startuppers here? Raise the hand. Are you ready to make failures? Yes. Great. Big companies, for big companies, making failures is a problem. Because if we make failure, you don't have the light here. So we must avoid failures. But on the other side, we must increase the failures. Because if we don't try, we don't get. It's like when you go to the disco. If you never try, you never get. If you try, at least at 2 a.m., someone who is drunk, who can share some chat with you, okay? You need to try. And I know some friends, they were masters of trying. Okay, and one master of trying was Steve Jobs. He tried with the Newton, Apple Newton, 8 models, one person fired, Steve Jobs. When he went back to Apple, he said, hey, I want to work on Newton. And people say, no, please, we'll go to bankrupt. The new version of the Newton is in your face, is now in front of your face. What you call now iPad and iPhone is the former Newton. 8 projects, 8 failures, one person fired, Steve Jobs. He came back and he tried again. And the iPod and the iPhone, and the iPad are the most are the consumer products with the highest revenues in the history. They come from failures. But Adopting failures doesn't mean that you have to say, I will try, it doesn't matter. No. You have to be convinced and committed. We must be convinced and committed. And it's a problem for a big corporation. Accepting failures and not trying, but doing. Because Yoda says, do or do not. That is not right. You cannot say, I will try. No, maximum commitment. You do, and after you say, it was a failure, I will do again. A different one. It's very difficult. For our culture, the failures are linked with the sinners. So the sinners must have the help. This is the problem in our culture. That's why we have launched My Best Failure. Launching and trying and rewarding people who tried, failed, and shared. Did you fail? Great. Let's share. Because if you fail and you share, we'll not do the same failure again. There is a video. We want to learn from failures. We want to learn from experimentation. We want to learn from you, startuppers. We want to learn and leverage on your passion, on your heart, on your determination.
Unwise. Lost Ben Solo. You did. Lose Ray. We must not. I can't be what she needs me to be. Heeded my words not, did you? Pass on what you have learned. Strength, mastery, but weakness, folly, failure also. Yes, failure most of all. The greatest teacher failure is. Luke, we are what they grow beyond. That is the true burden of all masters.
A greatest teacher the failure is. Are you ready to fail? We want to be ready to fail. That's why we have checked more than 3,800 startups. It's a big mess to check 3,800 startups. We assessed 650, getting many no's from colleagues. Hey, I have found them. They are great. I've studied them. I have analyzed their product and their services. And our colleagues say to us, no, thanks. It's normal. It's a failure. And after we started with more than 160 projects with startups. Hey, we start a project, we invest money, we invest time, we put all the passion, but unfortunately, only in 40 cases we scaled up. It's normal. And we bought 3 companies, Demand Energy Network, Enernoc, and eMotorworks, spending more or less $250 million. Only 3. But we are ready to continue. Other 3,000, other 650 trying, assessment. Not trying, doing. Doing with the maximum commitment and doing our best. We don't want to act as a venture capital fund, but we collaborate with the biggest venture capital fund from United States, Russia, France, Germany, Spain, Israel. We want to be open to them. Not saying, as some companies do, we invest on startups, not doing really projects with startups. We want to do projects with startups. That's why we have established innovation hubs. We work in San Francisco, Santiago del Chile, Rio, Tel Aviv, Moscow, looking for startups. I give you some real examples. We have big plans. We must monitor these plans. We must check even the temperature of the sea. We must check every pipeline, and we must even check if another drone is coming with explosives. Try to imagine a drone with explosives. They did an attack to the president of Venezuela. They could do an attack to a plant. So we want to defend us. That's why we have found a startup that is able to monitor everything with a drone, that is able to hack another intruder drone that is able to block this. This is what we are doing. That's why a couple of people, they were marrying, and they were using a drone to get a video, but we hacked their video, and unfortunately for their marriage, we have asked the drone to land in a secure zone. This is the real video made by the drone from a startup from Israel. This is an intruder. We detect it, we hack it, we oblige it to land. So even if it has explosives, it cannot create any problem. With the other drone, we do scheduled operation. This is the real video made by the drone. It can analyze every single centimeter of our plant many times per week. Before we did this inspection one time per year. Now we spend 32,000 euros in a year. Before we spent 1 million in a year. But now we make inspection every week. Before we made inspections every year. When a ship comes with the drone, we can measure we can monitor the temperature of the sea, trying to check if there are some anomalies. And we can even check if the pipelines are going well, if there is a leak of oil, and everything is checked with a drone, thanks to the passion of a startup from Israel. Another real example, safety jacket. If our people climb a pole, if they fall down, there is a jacket with an airbag inside that saves their lives. This is something that we have invented in the world. It didn't exist before, with a startup that worked with motorbike racing and with the skiers. I will show to you the video. This is the startup. The air. This is a real video, not a fake video. Look, there is an airbag that inflates itself. The technology existed before, but nobody used it for workers. There is machine learning inside, algorithms that learn what is risky, what it isn't risky. What is risky for a skier, it isn't risky for a person who climbs our pole. With such an impact, without this jacket, the skier could die. He standed up, thanks to the jacket. This is what we call innovability, saving people. Saving lives, respecting people and protecting people thanks to the technology, improving the way we work, bettering the world, providing access to energy to millions of people with innovative technology. This is what we are doing. Allowing people who cannot listen, deaf people, to have a chat with our call centers. This is what we did. The first worldwide utility in the world, the first one who allowed deaf people, they cannot listen, to have a chat with our operators, because they write and the operator listens a voice, the operator speaks, and the app translates it into text. This is the experience. This is how everybody sees an electric vehicle. This is how we see an electric vehicle. A battery with wheels. What happened? Do you have an electric car? You park it, You don't do anything. We use your battery to stabilize the grid as Airbnb uses your house or Uber uses your car when you don't use it. And stabilizing the grid, we get enough revenues to give you energy for free. So you will never pay for your energy. This is a new business model that we have invented and launched in Denmark, and the Time magazine has called us the disruptor in the automotive industry. We are not working in the automotive industry, but we have disrupted it. This is a new standard adopted by California and invented by our Spanish colleagues here. So without the passion of the creativity of the Spanish colleagues, we couldn't do this, that this has been a revolution in the world, okay? Recognized, fully recognized. Now we have a long list of people from Volkswagen, Porsche, Audi, Nissan, Mitsubishi, Renault. They are all working with us because we have invented the standard. They have adopted the standard to sell cars in California. But we couldn't do it without our people and a small startup that we found in San Diego, California. So even the great passion and knowledge of our people could be enough. The future will be mobility to grid. Even a tractor, when you park the tractor, it's an electric tractor, you will plug in and we will use it to stabilize the grid, or a boat. This is, I'm ending my speech. This is a concrete issue that we have. Mixing the energy coming from the sun with the energy coming from the earth. Was it possible? We asked MIT, is it possible? The MIT said, no, it's impossible. But we did it in Fallon, Nevada. Now the MIT is studying how it was possible that those beep Italians made it possible. We did. But they said before to us, it's impossible due to this, this, and this. We have transformed the 3 reasons into challenges for our ecosystem of startups. And from 3 startups, we have found 3 solutions, and we have implemented and made it possible. So what MIT said it was impossible, we did. Cerro Pabellón, Chile, it's the last slide, I know. 3,000 meters below the sea, no access to energy. Without any access to energy, no mobile phones. But the problem is that Bill Gates offered to you an hospital, and if you are under surgery and there is a lack of energy, you die. We provided access to energy to Cerro Pabellón. Look, this is a real image. Without any pollution, because we provided renewables, batteries. We tested new hydrogen battery made by a startup from France and Italy. We have invented a new smart grid without any pollution, and we have been rewarded by Fortune as the 5th company in the world that is better in the world, in the list Change the World list in 2015. So in all sectors, all geographies. Number 5, company that is bettering the world. This is an example. We look for impossible things because it always seems impossible until someone or one comes. It could look as a nerd, it could look as a stupid man or lady, but for us it's a great value because coming from outside can change us, can better us, and can even better the world. I close remembering when people asked Einstein, what are you going to do next year? He said, I don't know. And the journalist asked, hey, how is it possible that you don't know what you are going to do? Because if I knew, you couldn't call it research. I don't know it. The same happens with startups. You start from a point, you start from a business, it can be that you arrive to another one. With this bi-directional interaction with big companies, you can change your startup, we can change our company, all together we can change the world. Thanks.
Thank you, Ernesto. Thank you, sorry. Thank you, Ernesto. Wow, that is the Italian passion, Ernesto. I never thought working in an energy company could be so much fun and feel so passionate about it. No, don't come back.
Say that I'm not Italian, my spirit is now more Spanish than Italian.
Oh, okay, well, you keep the Italian spirit, please. Okay, thank you to Ernesto Chorra. With that Italian-Spanish passion we all have. That was lovely. Actually, I answered 5,000 myself as well, so I guess that makes me talented. Dumb, but talented. You too? Yeah, there you go. Now we won't do it next time. Okay, so we spoke about scaling, blockchain, about space. We spoke about success, but there's something else we haven't spoken about yet, dealing with startups, entrepreneurs, etc., which is, nobody's read the program, failure. Somebody's read the program, thanks a lot. Failure is the cousin of success. You need failure to have success as well, right? Ernesto just mentioned it. Are you ready to fail? So, do you want success? I ask you, do you guys want success? Yes? So, are you ready to fail? Yes, well, you're in luck, because our next speaker is come all the way here to talk precisely about failure and other stuff. Because he's a serial entrepreneur, he's a venture capitalist, a philanthropist, and a global instigator for good. And he will take us on a journey as he shares his successes and his failures. As a global high-tech entrepreneur, he co-founded 10 companies. 3 of them failed. 1 is still a zombie. But the other 6 produce a total market cap of over $8 billion. Today, he's the founder and chairman of Global Innovation Catalyst, an advisory services firm. Do you want to start a business but you're scared of failure? Well, he says, if you don't do it, that's already 100 guaranteed failure. And he adds, happiness is to have dreams, success is to make them come true. That's the spirit, and he is a truly inspirational man. So please, let's welcome Kamran Elahian. Elahian, I've been practicing at the... Kamran Elahian, thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Pleasure. Highly appreciate it. Well, I guess the only good news I have for you is that after me, there is only one more speaker left. And you can all go and have nice cerveza and great dinner. I'm going to talk about a topic that is not easy to talk about. Failure. It's not good. Don't let anybody fool you that failure does not hurt. It really hurts. It's horrible. You know, I was 26 years old when I started my first company. Before I was 30 years old, Tektronix bought it for $75 million. My second company was called Cirrus Logic, and this company grew like crazy, father of fabless semiconductor industry. Revenue reached 1.1 billion, and market cap was 3.5. In my dream, this was 1989. And I said, my God, universe is talking to me. I've always had these beliefs that you do certain things, you establish a relationship with the real cloud, not just Amazon, not just Microsoft Azure, not Web's cloud, the real cloud. You get some answers. I woke up and I said, I'm going to drop everything, go and create my third company. And my idea was, I will make that dream come true. By this time, because of my 2 previous successes, nobody would say no to me. All the investors lined up. I was very arrogant, raised $40 million, and I was like a golden boy. Couldn't do anything wrong. The biggest names all joined me. I hired Vice President of Engineering from Atari, Vice President of Marketing from Apple, COO from Apple, Vice President of Finance from Seagate. All big names, big things. And started to build my dream. Nothing like that existed. Worked very hard. 2.5 years later, we created Momenta computer. Google it up. It looked like iPad, except it was a little bit more advanced. No buttons, like iPhone 10. No buttons. Now, it was missing many things. We didn't have internet at that time. We didn't have color LCDs. Many other features were not available yet. But we were so excited. It was on the cover of about 20 magazines. And we got 10 awards as the MVP, future of computing. You ship it. We have huge orders, $300 million worth of orders. I projected to my board of directors that our first year revenue would be $100 million, break all the records. First few months, we shipped a few thousand of them. Everything looks good, fantastic. Second quarter, they are all coming back. Say, what happened? People did not know how to use their fingers or a pen. They had to keep it on the screen so it would wake up. Said, oh, no button, how do you turn this on? It doesn't work. And how do you communicate that, hey, it's a new user interface? Apple spent a few $100 million teaching us finger, the touch, all of that. Remember all the ads Apple was running when it introduced iPhone. This was 1991, November 1991, when we introduced the product. So idea was great, the dream was great, and it all collapsed. It was April 1st, 1992, when all of these are coming back. Everybody is thinking sky is falling down. I found out, I go to work, there is a board meeting. And I said, I'm the founder, CEO, chairman. I didn't call a board meeting. The board member said, no, we called the board meeting. We want to fire you, and we are promoting your COO, who was CEO of Apple, to be the president. He will do better. I couldn't believe it. I said, come on. It was April 1st. April 1st is April Fool's Day. I thought it was a joke. But no, they kick you out. You're not even allowed to come back to your own company. It's your baby. You have worked so hard. So what happens? Anybody can think? Something really bad happens. What is the first step? We refuse to accept the failure. We don't accept the loss. Next morning, I woke up, put my suit on, grabbed my briefcase. My wife says, where are you going? I'm going to work. She says, you got fired yesterday. There is no job. I said, no, that could not be true. How could this company survive without me? Then, a few days pass. You start to accept that, yeah, you were fired. You can't go to work. It sinks in. What's the next step? Anger. Why did they fire me? I had 2 big successes. I'm the greatest entrepreneur. I have done everything right. You are so angry. And you put the blame in your mind on everybody else except yourself. After a few hours, a few days, you start to calm down and you say, why am I blaming other people? I was the founder, I was the CEO, I hired all of the team. If the product doesn't work, I can't and I should not blame anyone else. I hired them. The blame is on me. And you feel really sad. It hurts. You lose your confidence, especially if you believe that this was your life mission. Somebody from up there, universe, God, Allah, Jesus, whatever you believe, Buddha, the real cloud talked with you and gave you a vision of the future, and you followed that, and goddamn, you failed. What should you do at that time? If you are man enough, you cry a little bit. Strong men are not afraid to cry. It's one of the greatest healing in the world. You cry a little bit, and you start to look at what next. And as difficult as it might be, you start to think, a new chapter in my life, I have to do something new. So, I started to think, why did I start a company? I couldn't find any other reason except my dream. And if I cannot trust my dreams anymore, what should I do? I didn't need money. I still had a lot of money from my second success. I didn't want to be famous. I already was on the cover of a lot of magazines. I didn't need control. I was in charge of everything in my company. So you're confused. The Aborigines in Australia have a method that is really fantastic. When they are confused, they don't know what to do, they go for a walkabout. And they don't come back till they have peace. So I started on a walkabout, except mine was around the world. And every country that I always wanted to visit, and I never had a chance, I visited. As I visited every country, I would spend time, learn a little bit of their culture, learn a little bit about their religion, about their race, and slowly something amazing started to emerge. Every country I visited, the people said their country is the best. Their race is superior to everyone else. Their religion is the best, better than every other religion. You know, Japanese believe that Japan is land of gods, protected by gods. Chinese believe they are the only civilized race. That's why they need a wall to keep the barbarians out. Persians believe that Persian Empire was the greatest, and they gave the whole gift to the whole world. The Romans say, no, 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 we gave the gift to the world. The Greeks say, no, we did it. You want to know what the French think? The Jews never think they are superior race. Have they ever said that, like in Israel? Everybody thought they were the best and God's gift to humanity. And every religion said, we are the best religion, and if you don't believe in us, you will go to hell. When I would hear that, I would ask them, you believe in God? They would say, yes. Say, your God created 7.5 billion people. They say, yes. I say, how many people are in your religion? Their answer would be 50 million, 100 million, 1 billion, whatever. You know, there are a few hundred religions from Africa alone. I would say, so your religion, say at max, has 1 billion people. Your God created 7.5 billion. 6.5 billion of them are screwed up, will not go to heaven, do not pass quality standards. If that God was my vice president of manufacturing, I would fire him for poor quality. As you go through this, you learn we are all the same. And then you say, I wonder if the whole world had a chance to go through this exercise. People learn, what's the big deal about this country or that country, that country? What is important is our humanity. Any astronaut who has gone up there, who has tried to look for their borders, guaranteed cannot find their country. Because when you look up from space station down, there are no lines drawn for borders. A thought came to my mind, a whole new dream. Maybe my purpose in life is to do 3 things. Develop new companies that allow people to communicate with each other using internet, make the devices cheaper and easier to carry so that everybody would have a chance to use the internet, to learn about other cultures, create companies which from day one are global so that people from different nations, different religions could work together. And after you buy a nice home, you buy a nice car, give it all away. Who says you need to have 10 homes to be happy? That's the biggest headache. 1 home is all you need. Who says you need to have an airplane to be happy? It's one of the loneliest things to fly corporate jet. And nobody needs a yacht. If you really want one, you use it a few days a year, rent one through sharing economy. Give your money away to change the world. And when you look at this, a few years later, you say, my God, I'm so lucky that I failed. And that was why all of these steps were there, so that I would lose my pride. I was thinking I can't do anything wrong, and I would learn humanity. And this gift was the greatest gift universe gave me because of my failure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kamran. Thank you so much. Thank you, band. Did I or didn't I tell you he was a truly inspiring man? Well, talking about inspiration, we just started because it is a pleasure to introduce the last guest of today. He's also a very inspirational man. And it is a pleasure to introduce him first and foremost because he's a charming, lovely, good man and a dear friend to South Summit. Secondly, he's a very knowledgeable person. please go onto the internet to check his CV. He's a doctor by profession, an expert in creativity, motivation, leadership. He's a writer, he's a lecturer, he's everything you can imagine. And he's back. It's a tradition now in South Summit to have him every year. We're delighted and thrilled to have him back here because every time he comes with a present. He's going to share with us a guided mindfulness session so we can take a break of a whole busy day, relax, and enjoy. Do you want to take a break? Do you know who he is? Of course you do. We all know him and love him. He's the lovely, gorgeous Dr. Mario Alonso.
Good afternoon to all of you, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you, Maria. Thank you to all the organizers for inviting me again. Let me check something. Any of you have ever heard the word mindfulness before, so I have an idea? Okay. Any of you have already practiced at least once a mindfulness session? Okay. What we're going to do is the following thing. First, I will share with you how mindfulness works, because it's a very counterintuitive kind of approach, and we will use the brain, and we will see how it is very effective for leaders to foster innovation and creativity in their companies, how it's very, very useful to reduce our reactivity when we have to deal with very complex challenges in life. And later on, after we go through this scientific part, we will go through a practice which is called the mountain. It's one of the most amazing practices I've ever learned in my life, because it is captured by the unconscious mind. And when we come across an obstacle, when we really face a difficult challenge, there is something within us that in some way reminds this exercise and allows us to remain, grounded into the earth with a posture of balance, with a sense of true presence. So let's start with, I don't think the clicker is working. I don't know if you hear me. Anyway, while they, yeah, okay. I was a couple of days ago in Oxford, and I had a chance of, being with very relevant people who were discussing about artificial intelligence and, the tendencies of the world, where are we going? And probably you are aware of how much confusion this is creating. We don't know how many people will lose jobs. We don't know if robots will overcome, all the activities that belong to we humans. But the matter of the fact is that there's nobody who has a crystal ball. There's nobody who really can predict the future. But it's very important to read well the present. Because if we are really aware of what's going on, we can see some clues and say, oh, I can see that tendency. I can see that bias. This is interesting because I can anticipate the future, not worrying about the future, but anticipating the future. So this is one of the first thoughts that I want to share with you. The best way to predict the future is to read accurately the present. So mindfulness can be explained in a very simple way. It's being aware of what is happening right now and right here. Overcoming the tendency of the mind to go to the past or to the future, because as you already know, when we go to the past, usually is to regret something that we did or to regret something that we didn't do. When we go to the future, usually it's not to anticipate the future, but to worry about the future. We start to suffer now for something that hasn't happened yet. So, is there any approach that allows us to remain here in the here and now, so that we can be aware of what's going on, what's moving? I apologize because it's in Spanish. It's from my book, and it's only in Spanish for the moment. But let me share with you something. There is a network in the brain. It's on the left side of the screen. It's the default network, and we are used to this kind of network. When we are driving our car, most of the time we're in autopilot. We are not paying attention to the driving itself. We are lost in our thoughts, in our images, in our feelings, in our body sensations. And we thought that this kind of circuit didn't produce any kind of problem, that was natural, that was something normal. But now we know that that's not the case. The default network is very, very dangerous for one reason. First, because the chances of having a car crash are much higher. But on the other hand, there is something extremely important. On the right side of the screen, on your right side, it's on my left side, on your right side, you see another circuit. This circuit is the one that you need for your projects, for your startups, to negotiate, to make good decisions, to take proper actions, to be effective in what you do, to be creative, to be innovative. But the kind of energy that is needed to nurture that circuit is stolen by the other circuit. So what we have seen with the approach mindfulness, using mindfulness, is when we start learning this kind of technique, this kind of approach, is more than a technique, is an approach. The circuit on the left, the default network, shuts off. And the other circuits start to work properly. This is one of the reasons why mindfulness is so important in people who are working in very precise jobs, like surgeons, like pilots, like car racing pilots, like people who play golf in very important tournaments, because the importance of being in the moment, being absolutely aware, not allowing ourselves to be hijacked by those thoughts, those feelings, those emotions, is absolutely essential. But it's also important for you, because you need to see some possibilities in your business, some approaches that you might have not ever tried yet. So if we keep exploring mindfulness, I think there is something that we need to acknowledge, that we live in a world of uncertainty. I had the chance of spending some time in Silicon Valley, and I visited some, those very well-known companies. And I remember in one of those companies, I asked one of the engineers, "Where's the world going?" And he told me, we don't have the slightest idea. So I had the chance of being with some Nobel Prizes recently who are in this field, and Nobel laureates, and they really didn't have an idea. Nobody really has an idea, because artificial intelligence, robotics are advancing so fast. But the thing is that for us, it's uncertainty. So the key message is the following one. When we come across uncertainty, we can have the sense that we don't have any control. So I'm in the midst of a new world. This is an unknown world for me. It's a world of uncertainty. Everything is changing. Nobody has a crystal ball. I don't know where the world is going. So I feel that I don't have any control. I cannot do anything. I'm at the mercy of some external circumstances. I don't have any control. If we allow ourselves to have that sense, there is no question that something in our body, in our mind, in our brain will happen, which is this, a reaction. Fight, we get aggressive, we get irritated, we start to be upset, I don't want that. This is very bad. How I'm going to survive. I don't have the necessary skills, and so on and so forth. Fly. You know, I don't want to know anything about this. I don't want to get anything. No. This is not something that is good for me. Or freeze. We choke. We lose all kind of inner power. And this is created by the mind. There is no question of that. It is created by the mind. The mind has the sense that she or it doesn't have any control over the external circumstances. But if we create by any approach a certain sense of control, even if I can control my breathing, so simple as that, then the brain reacts in a different fashion. Because now there is not a complete loss of control. Now I have a sense that at least I control something, and that's enough. Because then the brain starts to explore, try to find ways to grow and evolve. It's natural in us. You see, our start was very humble 2.5 million years ago, and we came across very challenging circumstances. A drought, lack of food, we were small, we didn't have sophisticated weapons. But in some way, even not having enough resources, we thought at that time, very far, long away, we thought that we had some kind of control. And then we started to explore, we started to learn, we started to grow and evolve. And thanks to those little, young people so many years ago, we are here being together, exploring together the mind and the possibilities of the mind. This is probably one of the most important laws that I've ever come across in my life. It was developed and discovered by two scientists from Harvard Medical School in 1908, Professor Yorkis and Professor Dodson, and they discovered the relationship between pressure and performance. As entrepreneurs, as leaders, as people who want not only to adapt, but also to thrive, you need to have an amazing performance. You need to be creative, you need to be innovative, you need to be aware, to be attentive, to make good decisions, to take proper actions. So we need a certain amount of pressure. And if you look on the screen, we need that pressure to have a high performance. But when we go beyond that level of pressure, as you can see, the performance goes down. It means that no matter how smart you are, no matter how much knowledge you have, no matter how much experience you have, when that inner pressure reaches a certain level, your creativity, your capacity to innovate, your capacity to lead drops. Now we know what happens in the brain. This is caused by the brain, by the root of the problem is not in the brain, it's in the mind. Because on the right side of the curve, on your right side, there is a nucleus in the middle of the brain called the amygdala, and when we have the idea, we have the feeling that we have no control at all in an unknown and uncertain world, the amygdala goes off, and the amygdala creates so much inner pressure that the performance drops, because we feel that we are in danger, and the blood that should go to the brain goes to the muscles. Doesn't make any sense, but the mind sometimes works in this very strange fashion. But when we believe that although it's an uncertain and unknown world, we have some resources, we can control something, anything, just like our breathing, just like some sensations of the body. It's surprising because there's a shift in the blood flow in the brain. And that part that we need to explore to grow and to thrive, which is the prefrontal cortex, goes off. And now then we become much more creative, then we become much more alive. So mindfulness is an approach, of course it's not the only approach, it's an approach that helps us move in the curve. When we are hijacked by the amygdala, when we are on the left side of the curve, low performance, a drop in our cognitive capacities, difficult at the time of learning something new. Mindfulness allows us to switch off the amygdala and ignite the prefrontal cortex. Why leadership is so important? Because leadership is what creates the conditions for, entrepreneurship and innovation. When we have good leaders, when we are inspired by people who believe in a compelling vision, who really are empathic, who are assertive but are not harsh, then we feel that we belong. We feel that they are counting on us, and we give our best. So leadership creates the condition that are necessary for entrepreneurship and innovation. So we shouldn't, from my point of view, we shouldn't consider innovation in an isolated way, but in connection with leadership. You have good leadership, you have entrepreneurship, and you have innovation. So some things about leadership, and this has been shown in many, many studies. The capacity to skillfully manage one's own emotions is a vital leadership competence. I mean, I'm a surgeon. Some of you know that. I practiced surgery for 26 years. And as you can imagine, especially when I had to take care of patients in a very, very complex situations after a terrorist attack or a gunshot or a car crash, we couldn't perform all kind of x-rays or blood tests because, that patient was dying. We have to do, very few tests and take that person if that person shows some kind of signs, we have to take that person to the OR, to the operating room, and perform an operation at least to see what's going on there. But imagine a surgeon who is unable to handle his or her own emotions. Not only he will go to the left side of the curve and lose creativity, lose the capacity to make good decisions, to analyze the problem in a deep way, it will also block the whole team because the team is counting on him, is counting on her. And if that person is not able to control the emotions, it's very difficult that this person is really fulfilling his or her role as a leader. And the second element, which I think is very important, and as I told you before, it has been shown in a lot of studies, teams with leaders in a positive mood exhibit more coordination and have a better performance than groups with leaders in a negative mood. We live in a world of possibilities. We have to be very careful not to make this world of possibilities a world of threats, a world of dangers. Because if we buy into that idea, the brain will buy into that idea too. And instead of growing, learning, exploring, thriving, we will be in a mode of fighting, flying, or freezing, which is not very good to adapt to a new world. So, what is the relationship between mindfulness and leadership? Mindfulness changes physically the brain. And not only mindfulness changes physically the brain, because it helps people to be less reactive, more purposeful in their thoughts and action, better leaders. By learning to step out of the innate human tendency to run on automatic pilot, leaders can deliberately create new options for action. So it's like a tool in your toolbox. It's like an approach that you can cultivate, that you can train to be less reactive when you are dealing with a difficult challenge, when you are facing failure, so that instead of going to the left side of the curve and feel hopeless and helpless, you use this approach to remain in the right side of the Yorkis-Dodson curve. So you look at the failure and you ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What can I do differently the next time? It seems to be very simple, but it has a very, very impressive impact. Neuroplasticity has been shown without any question. And people who have practiced mindfulness for 20 minutes, 5 days a week, for 4 months, if you take them to a functional magnetic resonance imaging machine, you can see that the amygdala, that part of the brain that hijacks us, that makes us feel fearful or be enraged when we are facing something challenging, the size of the amygdala is reduced, and the thickness of the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain which controls that amygdala, is increased. So there's no, it can be measured very accurately. So there's no question that mindfulness, although has an impact in the mind, also creates a change in the physical structure of the brain. As a physician, for me, it's very important to highlight the idea that leaders not only foster creativity, innovation, good decisions, learning from failure in the team. A leader must care about his people. A leader must care about her people. And we know now that this wandering mind, this amygdala hijack, is very, very bad for our health. This is the reason why most of the research in the mindfulness field has been done in hospitals in the United States. Harvard Medical School, Massachusetts University, Stanford University, and so on and so forth. On your left, you have the sympathetic nervous system over there, and on your right, you have the parasympathetic nervous system. Both of them should be in balance. But when we think that we don't have any control, the sympathetic nervous system starts to dominate. The problem is that when the sympathetic nervous system starts to dominate, the body starts to suffer. So, is there any approach that can help to return to the natural balance so that the parasympathetic nervous system starts to, increase its function and both of them reach a balance? Yes. Mindfulness has been shown to increase the working of the parasympathetic nervous system when we have lost the natural balance. And on the bottom of the screen, you can see like a red, a round shape. It's a lymphocyte. It's part of the immune system. The parasympathetic nervous system is extremely important at the time of defending, protecting ourselves against bacteria, viruses, and tumors. And lymphocytes are like our army. Well, the vagus nerve, the parasympathetic nervous system, is one of the main elements that improve the working of lymphocytes. So, as you can see, everything is connected. In our mind, most of the things are separated, but in reality, they are deeply connected. So I was thinking about what I could offer you today that gave you a sense of control, so that when you come across any difficult challenge, you don't enter into that mode of fight, fly, or freeze. But there is something in your subconscious mind that takes this exercise and allows you to remain firm, deeply grounded into the earth. There are different exercises. For me, the favorite one is this. It's sitting like a mountain. I want to share it with you with the wish that it truly helps you when you have to deal with challenges, when you have to deal with obstacles in your life. So I've written it because otherwise I won't follow track of the time, and it's the way to do it for me, because otherwise it can take very long, and I don't have that time. So please sit comfortably, and cross the legs, okay? With your spine straight, without a strain. It's not like that, it's straight, without a strain. Your hands on your thighs. If you have low blood pressure, baja presión arterial, you put your hands, the palm of your hands, upwards, las manos hacia arriba, las palmas si hay baja presión arterial, okay? And please allow you to close your eyes gently. You don't have to force your eyes to be closed. You just close them gently, okay? This is called sitting like a mountain. It has some music. Allow yourself to sit comfortably with the spine straight, without strain. Feel your body in contact with the chair and your feet touching the ground. And bring to your mind any mountain that you have seen, any mountain that you like. It doesn't matter if you know this mountain because you have visited it or because you have seen on a picture or on a painting. Just bring that mountain to your mind. Feel that firmness. Experience the uprightness of the upper body, the balance of the neck and the balance of the head. A mountain firmly rooted into the ground and rising up towards the sky. Feel the solid base in your sitting posture, like the base of a mountain, firmly grounded into the earth. Your head being the peak of the mountain, and the shoulders and arms and hands the slopes. Stable and upright, rooted and elevated. Feeling these qualities that are reflected in your posture, your firmness. Feeling the body in its entirety as if it were a mountain. And allow this reflection of the mountain to be carried more deeply. Mountains, while stable and upright, encounter constant change. Day turns to night. The seasons come with all of their elements. The warmth of the summer, vibrant colors and fallen leaves in autumn, fierce winds in winter, blossoming in spring, constant change, but the mountain remains stable, upright. The mountain reflects its own dignity, its own stability. How true is this in our own lives? Moment to moment and year to year, we encounter constant change. Changes in our health, in our body, in our work, in our relationships. We experience moments of great beauty and joy. And we also experience moments of fierce storms with winds of extreme velocity. We may encounter the judgments of others and also their praise. We rest in the stability of presence. Awareness is receptive and unchanging, receiving all multitude of changes, but not changing itself. This capacity to be awake, aware, offers us both groundedness to firmly meet what comes our way, and also inspires us to know that while the changes are important and must be met, who we are is deeper and vaster than any change might define us as. Resting now in what is already here within you, the awareness that is beyond measure, your true nature. Mountains are often appreciated as majestic, representing in some way the mystery and magnitude of life. So you sit now, honoring the mystery of your life, honoring your own magnificence. Now bring your attention, please, to your breathing, and perhaps taking a few deep breaths, start to open your eyes. Come back to this room completely oriented in time and in space. So as you open your eyes, I would ask from you, please, to start stretching a little bit. Stretch a little bit. Perfect. So take-home values. Authentic leadership can be a potent force to improve health, well-being, and high performance in teams and organizations. Mindfulness offers a methodology for enhancing the health, well-being, and effectiveness of leaders as they face challenging conditions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
To Dr. Mario Alonso Puig. Okay, everybody, how was the day? Long, fantastic, some energetic women here at the front. The good news is that we finished today. We actually listened, we worked, we relaxed a bit, and now, what comes now? We party! So, thank you everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock here, coffee, and then we start our second day at South Summit 2018. Thank you very much. And now we sing. Woo! ¿Puedo? ¿Puedo? Yo solo me sé el estribillo. confundido. Message in a bottle. 1, 2, 3, 4. I rehearsed fast since I wrote my note, but I don't know when from the start. Only hope can keep me together. Love can end your life, but love can break your heart. I send an SOS to the world. I send an SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone. Message in a bottle. Message in a bottle. Dale, ella canta mejor que yo. Message in a bottle. Venga, sube María. María, súbete. Venga. Won't you do